everyone. Now it's not Friday the 13th for me. It was 11:59 and I wanted to do a Friday the 13th stream. And it is unfortunately the 2-month anniversary as well. So that's another reason why I wanted to come on here, but it's not Friday the 13th anymore. So it's the 14th, so happy Saturday the 14th, everybody. uh, Hi, Mallory.
Hey.
Hi, everybody in chat. Thank you for being here so late. Aries Pyork, I know you said this is like the latest stream that you've been to, so thank you for being here. City Girls Glam, Anna Morris, Kay Braze, Truth Seeker, Lex Luthor. Yay, I'm happy that you're here. Laura, Liza, if you want to come up, you're more than welcome to. Amanda, Lady V, I know you wanted to come up as well, so I'll put the StreamYard link in a minute. And Mata, good to see you. NorCal Jim, always good to see you. Let me see who else we have, so I can just make sure I got everybody. Princess Meg and Elsa, of course, always good to see you. Angie, hello. Thomas, hello. Okay, I think I got everybody. So there's a few different things that I wanted to go over. I have a few different videos. One is definitely, it's really interesting because it's the sorority house that Ted Bundy, that he broke into. One of the roommates that survived, she does an interview and she goes over the similarities between Ted Bundy and Brian Kohberger. And she says what she did that morning when that next morning. So I won't go too much into it, but she says what she did versus what Dylan did and kind of explains what her thoughts are on what Dylan did. And let me know, by the way, if I'm way too loud and I'll turn my mic down or talk quieter.
No, you're good.
Okay, thank you. So that's one thing with the tone or talk quieter.
No, you're good.
Okay, thank you. So that's one thing with the tone.
Valerie, can we hear you?
Quieter. No, you're. Oh no, hold on.
Okay.
For some reason, I started echoing. I don't know what that tech issue was there. I'm so sorry about that. It wasn't doing that the whole time, was it?
No.
Okay, that was weird. But okay, so I wanted to go over the Ted Bundy video, and let me see. I had a few other things. I wanted to go over like how his addiction when he was younger, and how then it went from drugs to I don't want to say even darker because that is obviously, but then it's a different kind of dark addiction. And what his mind then kind of how he warped into this, and also his similarities, how he had so much similarities with like the BTK, the Golden State Killer. They all had a degree in criminal justice. And another video goes over about whether he's a first offense serial killer a first offense mass murderer, or if he's maybe done other killings and he's a serial killer. So it kind of goes over, and I don't know if I could say that word, so sorry, YouTube. But yeah, so those are just some of the stuff. But yeah, let me put in the StreamYard link for Lady V, and then I will play the Ted Bundy video. Just one moment, please. And also, okay, so I am definitely not eating. I never eat on chat ever. But I did hear last time when I listened to it, there was a lot of audio, like playback noise. So I don't know if it's when I'm typing on my computer. I do put mute, but I don't know if it's somehow sharing the audio of that, or I don't know if it was on someone else's end. But everybody mute their mics. If you're still hearing that noise in chat, let me know, because it sounds like, I don't know if you've seen those turtle ASMR videos where a turtle's like eating a watermelon and lettuce, but it literally sounded like the turtle video. I told Mallory that. I don't know if anyone knows what I'm talking about, but look up online, YouTube, turtle eating watermelon and lettuce, and that's what it sounded like. So if
Because
you hear,
that's what Valerie watches, apparently.
yeah, that's what I watch at night. So if you hear that sound, let me know. All right. Thank you, everyone. Hey, Yasin and Mallory, you're welcome to say hi to everyone while I put in the StreamYard link and also get the video ready.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I don't know what else to say. I can't get the turtle video out of my head. So I want watermelon now. Yeah. I don't think turtles eat pizza. That would probably not go down as well as lettuce and watermelon. Turtle eating watermelon.
Yes, Liza, they have it. I swear. It's actually very funny. It's cute. Maybe I'll play that at the end to have some
Chomp, chomp,
lighthearted.
chomp, chomp.
Yes.
I don't eat on panel either. No. So it's not me. I don't eat on panel.
Okay, but yeah.
I do. You guys can call me out if you guys hear me, but most of the time I'm hopefully muted.
I didn't hear it when I was on it. I heard it afterwards. I'm like, what is that noise? Oh my goodness. But yeah, okay.
Well, if I do, to be honest, if I do, it will be yogurt and you won't hear me because I don't gulp either.
ADV, you're welcome to say hi to everybody too while I get the video. And we have Liza as well.
Liza's coming up.
Hey,
She's
Liza.
right here. Hi, Liza.
Yay! My bed. I adore her. She's so sweet.
How are you, Liza?
Oh, I thought my internet went out.
No.
Okay, guys, in about 1 hour, no, in about 50, hold on. In about 1 hour, my internet is going to drop me off at 3:04 exactly. So if I drop off, just put the link out there and I'll come back up. Because my internet doesn't update or something for like 45 seconds. It drives me insane.
You're good.
No problem. Let me know once I start playing the video if you can hear it. Put a 1 in chat, please.
Did you hit play, Valerie, or am I crazy?
I was just trying to see if we were frozen.
Yeah, I hit play a long time ago. I was wondering why nobody like said anything. Okay, let me let me do
Oh,
it
dear, our
again.
rating.
I'm so sorry. I'm like, why is nobody saying anything about the video? They must not like it. Okay, let me try again. One moment.
I'm going to stay talking until it starts playing. You had a few twos in chat, so I think that's a no. Let's see. Oh, now I can see your mouse.
Not taking any of this as her fault, and that she is
45 years ago this Sunday, the world fell apart for a young woman who was living her dream with her college-age roommates and on her own for the first time. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Debbie Ciccarelli was awakened by a noise on the other side of her bedroom wall. That's where Ted Bundy was trying to kill her roommate, Cheryl Thomas, by bashing in her head with a log as she slept. Debbie had no way of knowing what was happening in that room, nor would she ever have thought that a serial killer had broken into their house and chosen Cheryl's bedroom? The parallels to the Idaho murder case are freakishly similar. Debbie also froze, and instead of calling police right away, she called her boyfriend. And then when she did call 911, the 12 squad cars that came screaming up to the front of her house may have just scared Bundy into jumping out the kitchen window. It is possibly why she and her other roommates are alive today. Debbie's life was turned upside down in the years that followed because, of course, she became the star witness in the case against Ted Bundy. She was forced to come face to face with that killer dozens of times as he actually questioned her while acting as his own lawyer. Needless to say, as someone who has lived through this ordeal and who became a star witness, Debbie has so much that she can share with the two surviving roommates in the Idaho murders, from coping with the trauma to finding the strength to face an accused killer in court to helping to put him away. And Debbie Ciccarelli is kind enough to join me live now. Debbie, it's just such a remarkable series of coincidences, like this, the similarities between what happened in the crime against you and your roommates and what happened in Moscow. When you heard about what happened in Moscow, how did it affect you? What happened?
at first I didn't follow it too closely, but then for some reason I was picking up on things, and again, yeah, as you said, they just seem so similar to what we went through 45 years ago, and it's just spooky about he even resembles Bundy in his face. Someone on TikTok had taken a picture of Bundy and the suspect in the Idaho case and compared them. And again, it's just very freaky how they resemble one another, how he stalked the girls. We were told that Bundy had stalked Cheryl and that she was his main target. And he was upset because there were some gentlemen in a car outside our house and they scared him away. And supposedly because of that, he was angry, went to the Cayo house. And after he left the Cayo house, he came directly to our house to Cheryl's side and entered through the kitchen window and proceeded to beat her with a log.
The details are so horrific, and it's for viewers who don't understand maybe the reactions of Dylan Mortensen the night where she told the police that she saw a man clad in black walking towards her and then heading out the kitchen door. Can you go into those moments for you when you heard the noises through the bedroom wall and froze? Can you take me from there?
Certainly. So we had been sound asleep. We'd come in that night from being out together, and I had heard this. Our house was up on blocks, and I heard this loud banging, and it startled me. I woke up and I listened for a little bit, and then woke my roommate up, and I said, "There's something going on next door." And the thing is, the wall between Cheryl's side and our side was so thin that we could actually talk to each other through the wall. And we had a system that if there's something we're not feeling right about, we're going to call you. You need to answer your phone no matter what. Well, I called over there. I could hear the phone ringing. I could hear Cheryl whimpering. But I just had this real unsettling feeling, sick to my stomach. I had no idea what was going on. We thought maybe our cat was having kittens, and there was all this commotion in Cheryl's room for that. But I immediately looked at Nancy and I said, I'm going to call the guy I was dating at the time. He said, don't worry about it. I'm sure there's nothing going on. I had a few choice words, hung up the phone, immediately called 911. And they said, please stay on the phone. We're going to send a squad car. Of course, we had no idea what was happening at Cayo. And, as you said, next thing we know, there are, at least 12 squad cars and an ambulance at our house. It all happened so fast. And why I reacted the way I did, I don't know. I'm just thankful that I did.
And I suppose when you heard about the 8 hours between seeing the man in the, clad in black and the call to 911 in the morning, you probably had some insight that would be helpful for people who don't understand how Dylan didn't call in 8 hours.
Everybody reacts to situations differently. I can't give an explanation of why she reacted the way she did and why I reacted the way I did. Mine was, like I say, an instant gut feeling to call law enforcement within minutes of hearing this strange noise next door. And, I just hope that she is not taking any of this as her fault, and that she is seeking, reaching out to her family and friends. And when she gets to a point years down the road, as I did, I talk about it as much as I can to anybody and everybody. It helps. It's been very therapeutic for me.
Thank you for watching. Go to new.
Okay, so I have a picture which I know everybody has already seen of the comparison between Ted Bundy and Brian. I know everybody's seen it, so there's probably no point to show it. But I thought that was
show it.
Okay, I'll bring that up. I thought that was interesting how she says like they look similar, and how she says that she froze, but then they had like that system if something weird would go on that they would call each other. So she called her roommate's phone because she heard whimpering, and that goes similar like how Dylan heard the crying, which we think was Xana, and she also thought that they were playing with the cat or something with the cat. Just like with Murphy, they thought Kaylee was playing with Murphy. And also, it's crazy that Ted Bundy was the one that questioned her on the stand. And also, she was a star witness. So imagine, I mean, obviously, he has a lawyer right now, Brian Kohberger. But imagine if he does end up wanting to represent himself and he has to question Dylan. Can you imagine that?
No, and I also think because of how traumatized she is just from the bits and pieces that we've been getting, that it's going to be something that's going to be very, very, very difficult for her. Even just retelling the story to a crowd is going to be difficult, because I'm sure at this point she's been telling it one-on-one or one-on-two, or having someone with her there to hold her hand while she's going through it. And when you're on the stand, you don't get that.
Exactly. Yeah. That would have been interesting. Or I think I think it was not the exact footage, but I know I have seen, I think, recreation of it. And I've seen pictures of that of her in court, like testifying against him. But what do you think, Lady V and Liza? And I believe it said 1978.
Maybe I didn't hear it. Could you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Because she said that they have this system that she called the other room and she heard all these things, but at what point she saw Bundy leaving the house? I'm sorry, I didn't I didn't know about her. Somebody knows
That who was leaving the house?
at what point she saw uh, Ted
Ted
Bundy
Bundy.
leaving the
Oh.
house.
Well, I don't know.
Um,
Do you
I'm
know?
sorry. I'm not going to be.
I'm asking because, if she said that if he saw the man for what I think that DM saw this other man. Oh my God, yes. I haven't seen that, but they look kind of,
Yeah, don't they?
Yeah,
yeah.
I do see a resemblance.
Yeah, it's especially the eyes, man. It's like, and the mouth.
And
And
I've never, I don't like to talk about looks or anything, but I've never been one of those. I know of people are like, oh my God, Ted Bundy, he's so
I
handsome.
never was on
I-
that bandwagon.
I
Yeah.
don't like to look, no, because I don't think that looks, but their head are, it's something there.
It's the eyes and the mouth. They have the same expression in their eyes. Well, lack of expression in their eyes, and their mouth is set the same way too.
That was a perfect way of explaining it, Lady V. The lack of expression. Very well done.
Yeah. That is absolutely perfect. And there's just like nothing in their eyes. It's just like black, like a blank stare.
But if I have seen other pictures of Bundy, and he actually, yes, he kind of looked like a teaser. Those guys that look at you with that half smile. And here is nothing.
Right.
That I haven't seen from the suspect. I don't think that he's capable of it. I don't know. I haven't seen it. But
Oh.
I think that Ted knew that he could be nice and playful and all that. But this one, I don't know.
So I wonder if, I don't know if Brian got spooked or something like that. I'm curious if maybe that was his intention to possibly do that and something foiled his plan. Do you think that he possibly, that might have been his plan or no? Do you read the comment from Aries Pyork?
Well, okay.
I mean, unless he wasn't capable of it.
Yeah, but to get this straight though, in most cases Bundy didn't when they were alive. He liked it better after they weren't.
That is true, yes. As awful as that is, yes.
Yeah, but you can't not mention it. It's Ted Bundy. He was very, very prolific when it came to his persuasion of what he wanted and when. You know, did that make sense?
Yeah, that made
Yeah.
perfect sense.
But we don't know if Brian, I like to call him the suspect, but I will call him Brian here. We don't know if he tried to do something and the police are just not telling us that there is another kind of DNA on the rooms, in the
And-
rooms.
Yeah, and I've also said that maybe the reason he brought his phone was to possibly, as sick as it sounds, to take pictures. So, I mean, he could have done that as well.
That's a good point.
That is interesting. I hadn't thought about it that way, that the reason he just turned his phone off versus leaving it at home was... But do you think it was just on airplane mode then?
Well, you would still be able to take a picture with airplane mode.
Yeah, so it would
Yes,
just be on
yeah.
airplane mode. It wouldn't have been turned off or dead.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting.
So if that's the case, then the the prosecution is going to have a very good case.
Yeah, I've heard there's a possibility of the body cams too.
T
That's
as
why then why he didn't take the SIM card? I don't understand. My kids know how to take the SIM cards out.
The SIM card out of like a body cam or his phone?
Oh, the phone.
The phone.
I mean,
Yeah,
you can run with
here,
data.
well, here's the thing though, and I worked at AT&T for 10 years. So here's the thing about all of that is whenever somebody's looking into your phone, okay, okay, so first they'll be able to get the telephone number, right? And then from there, the telephone number pings to a telephone. Now, the SIM card tells them what phone it pings to, okay? So you have the phone number, which goes to the SIM card, but you have the SIM card that goes to the IMEI, which is the internal mobile number, international mobile number. So it all goes back to that little IMEI on your telephone. You know, when you call in and they say, hey, what's your IMEI? If you have problems with the phone or whatever, it doesn't matter if you change your SIM card because your phone number will go back to that international mobile information that is from your phone and no other phone. And so he could have pulled the SIM card out, yeah. But even if he had replaced, okay, let's say he put the SIM card back in, it's still going to ping on that phone because of the IMEI number. And if he changed the SIM card, it wouldn't matter because it's still, if he put it back in that same phone, it's still going to ping to that same IMEI number on your phone. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand now. Then the problem was why, as somebody here said, I lost the person, but then why just he didn't, like most criminals, burner phones? Yes, Harris.
Well, that's one thing that's always confused me, Liza, because first let me ask, is it Lisa or Liza?
Lady B,
Yes.
which one you like better?
I want to know too.
The one that you like better.
No, what is the
I
right
like
way?
Lisa. I'll be on. I like Lisa, and I think that's how you pronounce it.
Well, it was Liza, but people use Lisa and Liza. I really don't care. It's like something like, okay, I have the two names.
Well,
That's
if
fine with
it's
me.
well, I'm not saying Lisa, Lisa. I'm saying Lisa. But if it's Liza, then it's Liza. Liza, here's the thing that's always confused me about that, because if in all actuality, to my way of thinking logically, it'd be like, okay, so you can get somebody's cell phone number that you don't know and find out where they were and all of that. Why not a burner phone? Well, a burner phone, if they get the telephone, it's going to go back to the IMEI number, right? And the thing of that is that the reason it's a burner phone is because it's the same thing. If they change their SIM card in it, it's not going to matter because it's going to go back to the same IMEI number on that too. That's why they always throw the phone away in movies and stuff, because once you use that phone, then you have to break it and throw it away. But normally, like, you can pick these phones up like pretty much any place. And but I'll be honest with you, I used to be able to look up IMEIs and find out exactly where they were bought from. So I don't know why they can't do that. If somebody knew, that's past my realm of knowledge. So I can't help out much there because it's not logical to me that they can't do the same thing. and find out where that IMEI number came from. And then go to that store and watch some video and see who bought that phone at that time. So that's something I don't know. It's just not logical to me. Does that make sense? Did I lose y'all?
No, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
No, I'm still here. I just turned my mic off for a minute just because I didn't know about if the static was on me or
Were
not.
you eating?
Oh
Val,
no, I promise. I saw in the chat that it said about static, so I turned my mic off.
It seems like it's mine. I'm going to leave and then come back.
TF, I did thank you for that email, and I just saw the super chat or the super sticker, so thank you so much. I really truly appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'll look at your email as well. So I do have another video also that I wanted to play, but I know Liza is going out. I want her to be able to see that as well. So let me just get that ready while she's coming out and coming back in.
I was gonna say, Lady V, I'm glad that you have a background in that because I understand it when you're talking about it, but like, I have no idea how any of that works.
yeah, it's not really, I mean, it's not really that, well, I'm not going to say it's not complicated. It is complicated, but it's really kind of easy to explain in a way.
Yeah.
But I worked in sales for a long time, and then I worked back in the inventory finance. I was an inventory finance rep, and then I was also a customer service representative, and then during in the stores. So I was always in the stores, and during all that time, if anybody needed any help to help sell a phone or something like that, they would always come get me and and say, hey, can you help me? So I would go up there and kind of talk a little bit and just try to explain things a little bit to the person. And I had a blast working there. My body couldn't take it anymore, but I really, really loved that field of technology. It's just awesome. Oh, I think Liza should be back up here pretty quick.
Yeah, I'm waiting for her in the back chat, and I have the video ready as well.
Awesome.
All right, maybe I should. Well, I can't start playing it and then get her. Liza, hurry up! Someone said, "Keep it moving, girl." Come on, Liza.
Well, you'll get better. You're just getting back into it. You
Oh,
know.
I wanted to say I'm so sorry if it was like a very chaotic live last time. I'm still trying to figure out how to run a panel and everything with multiple people. So I'm really sorry if there was over talking and stuff like that. I'm trying to get better at running that and lead a panel. So please bear with me. And again, I'm sorry if I frustrated anyone, but let me play this video now.
You're good.
And thank you, Mallory. And put a 1 in chat if you could hear it.
She'll get it, guys, in no time.
Often use a knife. People have to understand about what occurred on that night. Well, mass killers don't often use a knife. People have to understand about what occurred on that night and the type of person that would do this.
I think he had a certain plan. There was a plan in place that he had for this house. So he was executing a plan as he thought it was going to go in his mind.
Typically, killers don't rise to this level on their first shot. So somebody's not going to come in and kill 4 people unless it is a family-oriented type of thing, which this was not. You see with mass killers, and people also need to realize the difference between somebody who is a overt killer, such as the Walmart killer or the person in Colorado that shot up a nightclub. Those people expect to be seen, and it is a fit of rage or narcissism or psychopathic dominance. But with this individual, they may share that narcissistic or psychopathic dominance, but they don't want to get caught.
We're at a fork in the road to say, was this a crime of obsession or aspiration? I think from a forensic psychiatric standpoint, for us together, this is a good way to approach what we don't know about this yet. Was it obsession of a person who long nursed a desire to experience killing, a compulsion to kill that festered and eventually that he acted on? Or was this an aspiration of someone who wanted to kill a number of people and to create a spectacle crime? Those are 2 very different paths, and yet here we are with an outcome of 4 tragically murdered victims. And yet we don't even know how it ended up as 4. This may just have been with one person in particular being targeted and others also killed because they may have stood in the way of his escape, or they may have been there. In mass killings, there's very little effort devoted by the killer to thinking about what happens after the fact. And in this case, we know at least the accused remained in the area, but there were a number of efforts, at least that police are saying, that prosecutors are saying, that he undertook in order to avoid detection. And that's the kind of thing that one would expect of an obsessional killer, of somebody who was acting on a drive.
The University of Idaho murders have captivated the nation for 2 months now, and there's no question why. It's human nature to want to understand not only the how, but why such inhumane violence can occur so spontaneously and without provocation. But mass violence is not a foreign concept in American schools or college campuses. In fact, 3 University of Virginia students were shot and killed on the same night that the 4 University of Idaho students were discovered brutally slain in their off-campus home. Deshaun Perry, Lavelle Davis, and Devin Chandler were all shot and killed around 10:30 p.m. on Sunday, November 13th, 2022. Police say the shooting happened on board a bus that had 25 other students on it as they returned from a field trip to see a play in D.C. All 3 of the young men who were killed were on the UVA Cavaliers football team. Police arrested and charged 22-year-old Christopher Darnell Jones in connection to the shooting. As the students were getting ready to exit the bus, Virginia State Police said Jones produced a weapon and began firing. As Jones exited the bus, he fired additional rounds and then fled the scene on foot. Virginia State Police said Jones left the area in his black Dodge Durango at approximately 11 a.m. on Monday, and Henrico County Police in Virginia apprehended Jones without incident. In addition to the 3 that were shot and killed, 2 others were injured. Prosecutors said a witness told police Jones targeted specific students on the bus and that one of the victims, Chandler, was shot to death as he slept on the bus. Virginia State Police confirmed that multiple guns and ammunition were seized from Jones's.
The difference between somebody who is a overt killer, such as the Walmart killer or the person in Colorado that shot up a nightclub, those people expect to be seen, and it is a fit of rage or narcissism or psychopathic dominance. But with this individual, they may share that narcissistic or psychopathic dominance, but they don't want to get caught. And so I think what we see here is something that was an escalation where this person has probably done something violent before, potentially killing before.
While motives remain unclear in both of these campus tragedies that occurred on November 13th, 2022, the contrast in these 2 crimes is clear. While it could be argued that both crimes were targeted and planned to a degree, the difference really hinges on that question of obsession versus aspiration. The additional steps that prosecutors allege that Brian took to stalk his victims and plan his crime show that this crime was likely driven by an obsessional drive rather than an aspiration to harm as many victims as possible, whereas it could be argued that the Virginia suspect fits the profile of the overt killer. The obvious difference, of course, would be the weapon of choice. So it begs the question, how common are mass stabbings? Not very, but they do occur. In fact, on September 4th of 2022, 29 people were stabbed, 11 of whom were killed in at least 13 locations in Saskatchewan, Canada. Some of the victims were believed to have been targeted, while others were randomly attacked. Shortly after being taken into custody, the suspect, Miles Sanderson, died of self-inflicted injuries. And prior to this attack, the 2017 London Bridge attack, where 3 men launched an attack in central London, 8 victims.
I'll pause it there for a minute, but what do you think about where they're saying obsession versus aspiration?
I think an obsession, to me, this would be my definition. An aspiration is something that you aspire to. An obsession to me means something that is almost, if not out of your control.
Yeah, I agree with you, Lady V. It's one of those things that it's hard to understand, though, unless you're in a person's head, I think.
Well, it is, because, I mean, we can't imagine being either one of those, but, you know, when somebody says aspiration to something, we can't imagine why somebody would want to aspire to be somebody to hurt that many people.
Right.
And the thing that gets me is that is in your control. That is something that you're not in a way forced by your mind to do, right?
Yeah, it's a want.
Yes. And with an obsession, that's a good way to put it. And with an obsession, it's almost like this need that you can't control. And so to me, they're really not the same thing to me at
Yeah, and
all.
I agree with what TJ Talk said. TJ Talk said obsession is usually more targeted. And I would say that would be
Yeah,
a crime of passion, definitely.
that's true. That's very good observation. Sometime, TJ, you ought to come up and talk. I'd really like to hear more of what you have to say about things.
Yeah, and oh my God, Killer Facts, thank you so much. You've been so kind. So thank you. So yes, Killer Facts, you're amazing.
Oh, that was sweet. Yeah, so I mean, it's like, yeah, and like April says, it's an obsession is bad in any form. An obsession is all consuming, and but to be aspiring to something, that can be all consuming too, can't it? I mean, there's people so focused on aspiring to be a judge or whatever that they're driven to do it. It's not an obsession, but it's a drive in somebody to do it. But I don't even think that portrays. I don't think that's the right way to think about it. But maybe it is. Maybe he was just driven to do it instead of obsessed by it. Because being obsessed, okay, like Ted Bundy being obsessed with all of that stuff, he was obsessed with it because he wanted to hurt women that looked like the lady that ditched him, right? And being driven to something can, in some ways, not be out of your control, but it's not personal. I was trying to think the way TJ was saying it, that, yeah, I think, TJ, you're absolutely right. Obsession is more personal, whether it be we're obsessed with food, we're obsessed with a person, whether we're obsessed with whatever,
Mhm.
An obsession, whether it's good or bad, is never a good thing. And I don't really know what I'm trying to say here. Are you understanding what I mean?
Yeah, and then like an obsession could turn into like an addiction. I think also where his addiction of drugs turned into that warped into his obsession with like the criminal mind and everything like that.
Right. Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Yeah, and it's obsessed with serial killers and obsessed with just all of that, and that's when he became turned like you know how some people are into drugs and then they become obsessed with, and this is nothing at all against people that exercise, but then we go to the gym like 5 times a day, and again, people that or run like 10 or like 15 miles a day, like where they're just or do you get what I'm saying? Where they just do something in extreme.
You're
So
absolutely right.
yeah, so like just one addiction to another. So he went from like his addiction with drugs to now his addiction with crime, like just being obsessed with killers and stuff.
Now, I've said before that I think that at that time that happened in his life, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mallory, but that's the perfect time and about the time that it has been stated that these type of people start showing that psychopathy. And so to go into that just a tiny bit more, and I'm not going to take over the panel, but just to go in that a tiny bit more, I think as a person that was tormented and picked on very badly, like Brian was, that when he decides he's going to make a change in his life, I believe that he might have had, you know, a little bit of a fascination with, like we all do, with the SKs and things like that. You know, it's kind of a normal thing. And then as maybe he was kind of looking into it, maybe he saw a lot of traits in himself that he saw in these people that reported, like Ted Bundy. Maybe he saw a lot of things that happened to him that happened, and he could just relate, you know? And then he kind of got obsessed with, okay, well, he just kind of got obsessed, and it kind of took over because the drugs were kicking in. And then you really get obsessive, and then he just decided that's what field he was going to go into, because maybe he wanted to do something about it, or maybe he wanted to do something with it.
Well, I think because he was looking, I believe, to be a police officer, right? I think he was going to end up being a cop, and you've heard of cops that become like killers. I think he was going to end up doing both.
Right.
Yeah.
But then he gets into college and he really starts diving into it. And then he really starts seeing a lot of his own traits that he's been trying to figure out his whole life in these people. And maybe he thought, well, I must be one of them. I mean, I know that sounds ridiculous, but you know, it wouldn't be the first time something like that's happened.
Yeah, and with him wanting to be a police officer, technically though, he applied for the internship because he wanted to look at the psychology behind police and their responses to things, I believe.
Absolutely.
And in like either mass casualty situations or hostage situations and stuff like that is what he was more interested in looking into, and looking at the like criminal psychology behind that too. So I don't know if he would have wanted to become a cop, but I do think he would enjoy the aspect of having a police on his resume.
Right. And I do too. The thing of it is that The only reason I don't out and out say that's why he went to school, which I have out and out said it because I really do kind of feel that way, but it's the other, and I can never remember the name of that other thing he was taking with the communications or something like that, the tech stuff classes he was taking, because he was offering his help to the rural police department. What was the name of that Mallory, do you remember?
For what one?
The communicator technological classes or whatever he was taking that he offered to help the rural police out with.
It was for the Pullman Police Department.
Right, but he had taken classes on a certain...
Oh, the cloud forensics.
Yes, cloud forensics. And that's the only thing that makes me think that, I mean, that's the only thing that really makes me think maybe it would be interesting for me to find out when he took those classes, because he didn't pay a lick of attention in it,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because he went against every single thing you should do when it comes to that.
Yeah.
So,
It is interesting that he did have some type of background and knowledge in cloud forensics, but yet if you're going to go commit a crime, it's like the number one thing that you're not supposed to do when looking at that he does. So,
well, even I mean, even somebody that's not as bright as Brian is, okay, knows, even the lowest criminal knows not to take your phone if you're going to go commit a crime.
Yeah,
I just can't get over that.
I know. And then the other times, the 12 other times that we know of, I wonder if there was other times that he didn't take his phone, and like it could have been way more than 12, but I would
Sure.
imagine if he brought it on the night of the murders that if he was that dumb, unless, like I said, he brought it to take pictures or there was another reason.
Well, yeah, but you can take your phone, take the SIM card out so it doesn't ping, and take your pictures. And then when you're ready, put your SIM card back in. That's where the SIM card comes in handy.
right. So, Lady V,
Because you're not, as long as you're not sending it any place, you don't need any cell reception.
So then, why do you think he didn't do that? Do you think he just was not aware of that?
I think, yeah, Killer Facts, I do think he's cocky as hell, for one thing. But for another thing, some people don't understand the correlation between the SIM card and a phone, how that works. But I'm sorry, even the lowliest criminal is going to know to take their SIM card out.
Right.
If they have their phone with them, take it out. I mean, I've seen it. We've all seen it on movies and TV. I mean, somebody asked me one time at the very beginning of all this, when I was suspecting it was an SK, and I kind of got needled a little bit, which is fine. I don't mind.
We both kind of did.
I know, right? And somebody said to me one time, and I don't remember who it was, and it's not a big deal. I did not take offense to it. I just think it's kind of apropos right now, because what I'm going to say is that somebody said, well, don't you don't think these people have all these time to research SKs and all of this business? And I'm like, well, all you got to do is turn on YouTube and watch some documentaries or watch some movies. I mean, and so we're kind of at that point again where surely he's seen TV shows where they take the SIM card out. And so, because even some of the, some people that aren't very bright at least know not to take their phone, but if they have them on it, take the SIM card out. We've seen it in movies. And I know
So,
not everything in movies is realistic, but at least give it a try.
I have a question. So Brian got a phone with a new phone number in June when he went to Washington.
Okay, so June 2021?
2022 when he came, when the
Whether he was in
official
Washington or not, he got it from his
Okay.
phone.
Okay.
in 2022. So supposedly in the timeline when he first got there, whether he was there longer or not is, up for
Right,
debate. But like,
debatable, yeah.
Yeah, just with the dad's new interview of him saying that he was there a
Yeah.
year. But yeah, that's now, like you said, debatable. But go on, sorry.
But what is that something that's normal, or why? Like, I guess I've never moved across the country, so I don't know if you're supposed to get a new phone when you move across country, but
A new phone or a new phone number?
it was a new plan. He registered a new phone with a new phone number is what I've heard.
Maybe
Okay.
he wasn't on his family plan anymore, possibly.
Yeah, that could be. I mean, I don't understand why people change their numbers to where they live anymore. My dad passed away about 10 years or so ago, and I kept his number, and it's a different area code than my state that I live in, and I really could care less. Back in the day, the reason people would do it is because of long distance charges, but we don't have that. That's non-existent with cell phones anymore. But some people still do like the idea. I would imagine that colleges probably use the telephone, a wired line still nowadays. So if he got an in-state number, if they called him on a landline, is what we call it. If they called him on a landline, then there would be no long distance charges. But I'll be honest with you, I haven't had a telephone in so long. I have no idea what the landline plans are, if they even include that or not. But that's the only reason I can think of why to get a local number.
Okay, interesting. Is having a local number better for when you're going to school? Like, is that something that, or I just I don't get it. If
Well,
No,
you
can
I
don't
you
don't
get
think
it
it
because
transfer
would
it?
matter.
you
Can
are
you
like,
transfer
okay.
it?
Okay, so it's like this. After Katrina, people went to all different states, right? Because they had no choice. They had to find someplace to live, right? So we had an influx of people come into the stores to get their number changed because they had moved to a different state. And some people just like having it in that new state. They're going to stay. And we had people that just came in for new phones and stuff, and just started a new contract so they could get a new phone. And so honestly, he wouldn't have to not be on their family plan. He could still be on their family plan and get a different telephone number and a different phone.
Yeah, and Anne said no, most people want to keep their numbers. The only times I see
Nowadays we
people
do.
wanting, yeah, unless you have like a psycho ex or something like that, and I really don't think Brian had any exes.
Well, see,
So
that's why I was saying I don't know why people would do that. That's why I said the only reason that I could think is if the university uses landlines, then it wouldn't be a long distance number that they're calling. That's the only thing I can think of. Forgive my clock, guys. I'll mute.
okay, and I want to say thank you so much, Clumsy Clairvoyance.
So one more question. Because every time you guys talk, it makes my brain work. So technically though, if he was potentially just switching off of like his family plan, you could transfer your phone number, can't you? Or because it's in Pennsylvania and it's different, you wouldn't be able to transfer it to a new Washington line.
Usually you could.
Okay, there's a difference in what you said.
Okay.
So what was the first one you said?
So if he potentially was just getting off like his parents' plan to then open a new plan on his own in Washington since he was going to be there, could he not
keep his same phone number?
Okay, so potentially there does not have to be, even if he's opening a new account, he could still keep that number from the old account and it could be changed to a Washington number then?
As long as the primary on the contract approves it.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Because they have to approve releasing that phone number. So the only thing I can think of is maybe the university uses landlines. That's the only logical thing I can think of. Otherwise, most people don't change their numbers anymore because it doesn't matter any longer in the cell phone industry. You have no long distance or roaming charges. Back when you had roaming charges, it absolutely would have made a difference.
Okay. Thank you. I'm glad that you're here to explain it.
My pleasure. Oh, Shay Benet's here.
Could you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Without the...
I can hear you.
Valerie, Shay's here.
Oh, where's Shay? Oh, no, I know in chat. I said hi to Shay. I thought you meant that she was on in the
no,
backstage.
I didn't see her till just a second.
Yeah, hi Shay. And I thought like I set it up the join memberships, but I don't know if like I can only see it from my end, so I don't know if you can see it on your end or not, or if I maybe did something wrong. Okay.
Oh, thank you for my wrench too. That was sweet. I probably won't use it very much.
Okay, yeah. So and blocking, no need to block or hide or comment or anything like that. With any, yeah, unless someone's saying like something really bad about the victims or about people on panel or about other people here, and everyone's welcome to voice their opinions about the case, even if they think someone's innocent until, I mean, you're obviously innocent until proven guilty, but even if someone, like I saw people did a poll and some 20% or 19% thought that he was possibly innocent. So if there's, I'm not saying I think that at all, but I'm saying if someone in chat thinks that, they can voice that opinion, definitely. So feel free to voice that, but don't say anything bad about the victims. Or each other. Be kind in chat, please. Be kind to the panel. So yeah, just no need to block unless it's something bad.
And
yeah, like what Kay Braze just said.
Oh, let me look.
And may I say that if I blocked you over on Brittany's channel, it was completely an accident outside of two people, and I was told to block them. So I found out what happened. I had one phone that I used for chat and another that I used to be on panel. And I would put the one on top of the other. And I was hitting things not even knowing I was doing it at all. So I'm sorry. It was my fault and it was accident. I love you all. I wouldn't do it unless there was no choice. I don't want to do that. So I'm very aware now of where I keep my two devices when I get up.
Well, now I'm going to make a mess because I was listening to you ladies, and I think that everybody agreed that he had an obsession killing. Was that?
Yes.
It was obsession and then the aspiration.
I think with him it's aspiration.
You think with Brian it's
So you think like he aspired to be all these different serial killers that he studied, like BTK and Ted
No.
Bundy?
No.
Okay.
No, because all these BTKs and Ted Bundys, I don't know that much about serial killers. Some I like and I read about it, others I didn't even know who they are. But he is interested, he is very good with technology. He has been proven to be very good at psychology. I think that he aspired, he wanted to be better than them. And I think that he wanted to figure out the way of getting away with murder. That's why I don't think that the knife or the knives plural are a big deal to him.
Where do you think the knife is? I am really, because I mean, I don't really think that he would want to ditch that, but they haven't said
Why
that
not?
they've located it. I don't know if they're going to tell us at this point if they have found it or not, but
But why
assuming,
not?
what do
Why
you
not?
mean? Why do I
Why?
think he wouldn't want to ditch it?
Uh-huh.
I just think that would be like a treasure to him, that is something that would be very meaningful to him, that I just don't think that would be something, and it probably is a family heirloom maybe, and I just don't think that he would want to get rid of it because it would be like a remembrance, a trophy of what he did. Allegedly, of course, allegedly, of the killer, but I just don't think he would wanna get rid of it. I mean, I know, that killers do all the time. Aiden Fucci got rid of the knife where that he killed Tristan Bailey with right by the lake over there that was right by, her body. What do you think, Mallory? Do you think that he ditched the knife?
I'm torn because I've been having a very hard time getting a read on him. And it's difficult because it's kind of the same way that I looked at the case from the beginning, where I said it's either going to be someone really close to them or someone we've never heard of. And I think that there's those two possibilities with him, and that's very difficult because with my background, I feel like I want to be able to read it easier, and I can't. There's a lot of things that are very much like in your face, either sociopath or psychopath or whatever. And that there's also a side of him, even just recently, that I can't decipher if he feels it or if he is acting on feelings that he doesn't have, that he's learned. So, which it's very hard to tell that just by watching someone walk in a room or how they're reacting to things around them. So if he's on the side of being the mastermind behind this, he did this because he wanted to be better than everyone else in this situation and all the serial killers, and he wanted to be the one that's studied for being the one that did it right,
Absolutely.
then no, I don't think he kept it. Well,
I don't think that it was. I don't think that he will use something from his family that will connect him instantly.
correct.
I don't think that unless it has something to do with SA and that thing has something to do with all that history that we know that killers use knives as a representation of. And now, as long we don't have any indication of that. I think that he will just took the knife and a bag full of his clothes and everything and throw it in the Snake River.
Yeah.
End of story. Why to keep it?
Yeah. The only reason that I could think it is that if he does think that he is going to outsmart everyone, that he's the smartest person in the room and he's going to fight this, he's going to be exonerated, he's going to win, is that he would keep it as some type of trophy and in his mind say, I set it up to get to where it's at right now. And I don't need to get rid of this because they're never going to get to that point where they're going to have to find it. So then
Right.
at that point, he would have been potentially taken into custody or something like that, where once he actually realized everything that they have on him, he'd be screwed. So
he was going around that neighborhood in a big Elantra, white big Elantra. He knew cameras were around there. He had his cell phone. If they found him with the weapon, he's done.
Exactly.
Right now, they have him around a neighborhood with a car. That is
right
not
now
against the law.
I don't think he thought they would catch him.
Right.
But around a neighborhood with driving a car is not against the law. Around a neighborhood, being with your cell phone being near somebody else's router is not against the law.
Yeah, sorry, not to interject. We do know that Nicole, I don't know if everyone here is familiar with the Chris Watts and Shanann case, but we do know Nicole Kessinger pinged the morning of the murders at the house or right around the house. And I could go on for hours how I feel about her.
Yeah, I too. I can go. Whoa.
I could go on for
Let's go to Starbucks.
But yeah, they never got her on anything for pinging, but they never really searched much into her. But she did ping in the area there too on that morning at that time.
Hey Valerie, can you pin Shay's last message, please?
Sure, let me look.
Maybe if she
Oh, thank you, Shay. I feel funny when I see tips, but when it's that worded like that, but thank you.
Oh, hang on. She said, hold on, coming quickly, fixing something.
Oprah.
There we go. Yeah, it's definitely something that I don't think people think about as much as like, oh, if I just turn my phone off or if I leave it here. Like, I realize that because I follow true crime. So I'm like, ugh, idiots. But then, at the same time, it's like a normal thing. Would that actually, like someone that doesn't necessarily follow true crime like this, would they know to do anything other than turn it on airplane mode?
Well, and there are other things. I used to go to these meetings, and we used to have to leave our phones outside in a room, and that room will have phone jammers. I mean, because it was explained to me that even if I had my phone off, somebody can turn it on, and we will be listened to. I was like, what?
Yeah, they can do that.
Then he knew that. He knows that.
Yeah,
I believe that.
And you can buy a jammer for $650 something. I saw it today on Amazon or something, Alibaba. Then why he did this? He wanted that phone there. He wanted that car there. And he's going to have some crazy explanation that is going to make a jury doubt. If the prosecution doesn't have, his blood or fingernails or hair in the scenes.
I agree with you completely, Eliza.
That's what worries me. The legal matter. I mean, he's not well. But Valerie put here too. I never thought about it. The dark how you say it in English? I'm
Oh,
sorry.
yeah, so that dark triad, hopefully I'm even saying it
Triads.
right. There was a video I wanted to go over. It's really interesting, but it's a 50-minute video, so we'll probably be here for like 4 hours if we go over it. And Mallory asked if like there was just like certain important parts,
It's
but
very good. It's very important because if he doesn't have visual snow vision, that the triad, it makes perfect sense for the type of personality and the type of problem that this person has. I mean, it doesn't make him not guilty, but if you want to make sense of the human mind and how he was able to do the horrors that he did to these people, there's psychology, and probably he knows about it, that explain who he is. That's ugly, because reading something that is so you should play it and I should shut up.
You're good.
No, I was enjoying that, Liza.
yeah, Liza, no, I was interested in what you were saying.
You're a very smart lady.
Yes, you are.
You are all very kind, but play if the chat can hear it and make sense of it, they I think that everybody will gain from it. And if you have it in video, better.
So Queen of Hearts said, because I suspect that he buried the knife for someone in the future to solve. He is just that generation. He is a year older than my 5th child. He did this and he spent. He had no further goal. So I did see a few people in chat said they think that he buried it. What do you guys think that he may have buried it?
Could you put that the commentary back?
Yeah, let me look for it. They were basically just saying that he had buried it.
What about the generation? Because I heard some FBI. No, he was not an FBI. He was an ex FBI and Columbia professor, specialized in database of serial killers. Oh, so I'm sorry, yes, case. And he said that at the end of this, we will see a very, very modern crime because of his age and his generation. Nothing like we have seen before. And she said something about comparing generations of ages, and I couldn't get it.
Can't find the comment. I see a bunch that say about burying it, but burying, I didn't say that very good. But yeah, I can't find that comment. But
Here, I'll see if I can find it. It's right here.
Valerie, do you know what geocaching is? TF in chat was asking if you knew what geocaching was. Val, you're on mute.
I'm not gonna pretend that I do. So no, I was gonna look it up on Google real quick, but no, I don't. Yeah, please tell me, or Mallory.
Okay,
I bet you know, or Lady V.
Do you know Mallory?
You go ahead.
Okay, as close as I understand it, which ain't very, okay, is that people, there's like this little thing, it's like a bunch of people get together from all over the world and everything, and somebody hides something, and it may not be anything much. It may be like a souvenir or just a keychain or something. And then they mark it with the geo marker. So it's like the longitude and latitude and all of that business. And then people try to find it. When they find it with their geo tracker, right? They find it, they get it, they replace it with something else, and then they move it. And then the next person has to find. And so people are going around all over the place where using these little geo trackers and seeing if they can go to the location where they have one of these little trinkets or whatever, trying to find a treasure, you know, and then they move it to a different spot. And there's all of these different ones. It's not just one thing that they move. I mean, there's all different ones all over the place, but you never leave it at the same. Wait a minute, you do leave it at the same spot you found it, don't you, TF? I think you do, for the next person to come and find it.
Then it's like a modern Pirate X thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lady V, I just wanted to tell you that Killer Facts sent in a super chat and said Lady V is the goat.
The goat? What does that mean?
That's cool.
It means the greatest of all time.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm like, bah. No, that's his lamb. Never mind, that's his sheep.
What does a goat sound make?
I don't know. I did a sheep.
I should look that up on Google.
No, I think goats make that noise too.
Do they too? We used to have goats. I can't remember. I didn't like them. They just jumped all over our cars, and they tried to jump on my back and my sister's back, and they were a pain in the butt.
I'm sure a little kid, if anyone has little kids, ask your little kid, and what does the goat sound make or whatever, you know, like how you
Well,
ask.
Lady V says it goes, bah.
Okay.
I
That
think that's
sounds
pretty
right.
accurate.
Oh, that made me think of Xana. You know what I'm talking about, Mallory, in
Yeah.
the Halloween thing.
Aw, thank you,
Yeah.
Killer Facts. You're sweet.
Yes, Killer Facts. Thank you so much. And we were talking about how when she was in a Halloween costume, and what was the costume where she said like, yeah,
A
She
cowgirl.
was the Barbie cowgirl.
yeah. So that made me think of that. But yeah, thank
That'd
Lady
you.
V
be
sounding like a
yeehaw.
goat made you
That'd
think
be
of a yeehaw.
yeehaw.
Yes.
So anyway, enough about my noises.
I'm trying to think if I should play the end of that video. And also, so the other video that I was talking about, it's super long. So
I'm in for it because I'm up all night anyway. And I know I see a lot of these other people in different chats that I go to, but that's up to your panel. I mean your chat, but I'm up for it.
Well, let me see what else.
I
I
might
do
fall
have.
asleep.
You're gonna fall asleep? Okay, well, let me play a short one before you fall asleep.
Yeah,
Then
no,
we'll
just
listen to it.
if I drop off, Valerie, thank you for having me. But it's almost 4 a.m. here.
Aw,
So
okay.
I'm gonna stay up as long as I can, but if I drop off, thank you. I appreciate it.
Well,
You're doing
thank you
great.
for coming up. Thank you so much, Mallory.
Mhm.
Okay, I'll play the shorter one first, so I'll give you a
Okay.
little bit longer. All right.
Perfect.
Mallory, it's always a pleasure.
I love you, Lady V.
I love you too, hun.
Chat among yourself while I get the video.
I don't know. The whole thing tonight, I'm gonna just keep remembering goats and turtles. And it's really making me want to go to the zoo. But then I heard about the zoo in Dallas today. Did you guys hear that?
No.
A clouded leopard got out of the zoo in Dallas today.
Oh, I want it.
Well, they found it, but it literally got out of its enclosure and was just wandering the zoo.
Oh, that would be scary.
Well, they found it in a tree, like very close to its enclosure, but it was probably like 6
Waiting to
hours that they were out
pounce.
looking.
He's like, dude, I'm just laying in the tree here waiting to find the right person to pounce on.
Well, clouded leopards are nocturnal anyways, so I was surprised that it moved during the day and got out of a nocturnal enclosure.
Yeah.
What about me? Don't embarrass us. Oh yeah, Shay. I was wondering too, though, like I was talking to Britt earlier about it, and like, can you imagine? Because zoos are filled with little kids and their like parents. Like, what type of announcement would a zoo have to make to not panic a bunch of parents with little children, but they also have to panic them to a certain extent because there's a leopard on the loose?
Actually, it'd be the parents that they traumatize. The little ones would probably go, "Oh, kitty, let me
Yeah.
pet."
I tell you though, you guys want to see something really entertaining, you go to all the news things on Facebook about this, and people are just hilarious in the comments. Oh, it's
I go
so
to
Sometimes-
bad.
videos all the time just to look at the comments.
Sometimes I
so
have
bad.
to tell you guys a little bit of my background and how I grew up, and so you'll understand me a little bit better.
So,
For one thing, we used to have a bobcat, and so he was our pet, and so yeah, a clouded leopard, I would not mind having it all.
Well, they said it's not a dangerous animal. Like when they said there's been a code blue, there's a they didn't say dangerous, but it was like non-threatening animal loose in the zoo. But it's like,
Right.
if you see a 200-pound leopard walking towards you, I mean, no one's gonna differentiate if it's a regular leopard or a clouded leopard.
Well, see, and the problem is if you take off running, that's going to draw their attention, because then it's like a cat playing with a mouse. But anyway, we digress. Go ahead.
Yeah,
and
sorry. Go ahead, Val.
no problem. So that one video we still had 4 minutes on about the obsession versus aspiration. I don't know if I should finish that, or we kind of already spoke about it. What do you think?
Yeah, I think we spoke enough about it.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay. Let me get to the next one.
Let's see.
I used to joke that if we didn't have it, I knew somebody that did. Like, I even knew a lady had 2 alligators in her basement.
Oh,
She offered that I could throw my ex-husband down there one time.
see, alligators are my favorite animals, so
They're pretty cool, but
I would love that.
I'd rather feed a shark. I've fed a shark before, and
No,
I think
I
it's safer than feeding the alligator.
See, and I'm the type of person where I'm like, oh no, a rogue alligator in your neighborhood? I know how to get it into a truck. I know just where to jump on its back.
Mallory, you're so funny. It's like,
it's true though. I've watched enough
it is.
videos and shows where it's like, I mean, I probably would still lose an arm or something because
Yeah.
it
My
could
mom
still
was
just
an
flip
only
me.
child, and she was sick when she was a kid, so animals were her friends. And we even raised wolves. My mom, we had an Alaskan timber wolf that we raised wolves with, and
I love wolves. I wanted one, and my
biggest-
husband said no.
he's like 6'4" on his hind legs. When he died, it just broke our hearts, so we had him stuffed, and he's now protecting the front of my house. He looks out my window. You should see when a new post person comes up, or new Amazon person comes up to the door, they'll like look and see this huge wolf face looking out at the window at them, and they'll like throw my Amazon thing on the porch and take off. Like, after a while they learn, hey, he's in the same place he was yesterday.
So everybody has already seen online. I mean, everybody has already seen about how they reported about how he could be Papa Rogers, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so
think
I
so.
won't show that video then, because the news actually did report on that, which I thought was interesting.
I find it interesting too because they reported on it like a week after, like, all of social media had talked about it, which is so interesting to see the timing and what they have to like vet before they put it out.
I know. Yeah. So, I mean, if it was just a regular, like, not any, well, I don't know if you can think the news is, I don't know. It's hard to know what you can, especially with this
Right.
case. There's been so many things that are like true and then not true, or we don't even know with this case. Like I said, I saw in one day that said that the FBI stopped Brian, and then I saw another thing that they didn't stop
I
Brian.
know. Well,
So
don't count on the news always vetting things or telling you the truth, because that's not the case.
Mm-hmm.
If it's interesting and they think it's going to grab a headline or get people to turn the channel to them, they will do clickbait just as easily as any YouTubers that do that.
But I do think that the FBI have to do with those two stops in Indiana.
I kind of think they do too.
Oh, of course, please. That doesn't make sense. I even went to the law in Indiana. There's no such a thing as you are going too close to the other car. I mean, for a stop, no.
Well,
And
I've never been lucky enough to have them get them off my tail.
did I show this? I didn't show this, right?
No.
No.
I don't know. Nope.
The suspect has been arrested in a quadruple homicide, and his connections to other killers are catching a lot of attention. On December 30th, 2022, 28-year-old Brian Kohberger was arrested in Pennsylvania in connection with the stabbing murders of 4 University of Idaho college students. After the shocking arrest, disturbing details emerged about the suspect's personal interests and past behavior. In November 2022, 4 University of Idaho students were killed in their off-campus home while they slept. In the aftermath, authorities gave little detail about the nature of their investigation. The unsolved case gripped the nation, and the crimes haunted the small college town of Moscow in rural northwestern Idaho, where the U of I campus is located. A lead reportedly emerged for investigators after DNA samples found at the crime scene matched DNA of Kohberger's relatives acquired from a commercial genealogy service. Kohberger's car, a white Hyundai Elantra, was also reportedly spotted in the area on the night the students died. A warrant was issued for Kohberger's arrest, and the suspect was tracked to his family home in Pennsylvania.
Detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Christopher Kohberger in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania.
Brian Kohberger wasn't a resident of Moscow, Idaho, nor was he a student at U of I. Instead, he lived and was enrolled in a doctorate program in criminal justice and criminology at Washington State University. Beyond academics, Kohberger was described by those close to him as a loner and difficult to get along with. He also had a history of substance use issues, according to the New York Times. Speaking with the outlet, a one-time Kohberger friend, Thomas Arnst, said, "Over time, it just got so bad that I just shut down when I was around him." Prior to moving to Pullman, Kohberger finished a master's degree in criminal science from DeSales University in Pennsylvania. While there, Kohberger studied under renowned forensic psychologist and author Dr. Katherine Ramsland, an expert on serial killers and mass murder. In her career, Ramsland, who in 2016 wrote Confession of a Serial Killer, also interacted with Dennis Rader, better known as the BTK killer, for his method of murdering his victims: bind, torture, kill. Rader was sentenced to life behind bars for the murder of 10 people in the Wichita, Kansas area over a 30-year period. As Britannica goes on to note, Dennis Rader often wrote taunting letters to the authorities about the crimes he committed and referred to himself as the BTK killer.
BTK began today's letter with a question: how many do I have to kill before I get a name in the paper or some national attention?
Of the possibility that Brian Kohberger may have been inspired by or even in contact with her father while studying under Dr. Katherine Ramsland, Rader's daughter Carrie Rawson told News Nation,
"It's hard to be the kid of this guy and live with this, and then see somebody else go do this and wonder, did your dad influence him?"
In an unsettling coincidence, Rader also studied criminal justice in the midst of his own murder spree. Speaking with Fox News, Rawson said that it was common for criminology students to correspond with her father, and that the knowledge that Kohberger might have made contact with him as part of his studies made her stomach turn. As of this video, much about Brian Kohberger is uncertain. Given his academic career, it's likely that Kohberger was well informed about the crimes of the BTK killer. Still, it's yet to be confirmed if he and BTK ever actually spoke to each other. In a tweet after Kohberger's arrest was announced, Rawson wrote, "I have ongoing concerns, knowing how common it is for criminology students, true crime fans, and others to correspond regularly with my father." In early January 2023, Kohberger agreed to be extradited to Idaho from Pennsylvania to face 4 counts of first-degree murder charges and 1 charge of burglary relating to the U of I murder spree. Kohberger's defense attorney says the accused man believes he will be exonerated.
They forgot to say that Dennis Rader also said that he saw a lot of the same traits in Brian as that SKs have. So it's pretty bad when you have a SK that is saying that they see the traits of an SK. So
My question is how he saw the traits of an SK.
well, he could see he has TV and stuff. I mean, he could. What gets me is, does he have a tablet or something in there with him? Because how did he get that out on social media? That's what I'm
I don't know
more
what
upset about.
they have, but I haven't even been able to read one of his theses or any of his papers.
They don't have to. I mean, he
They-
can, I mean, he could have watched the news and the stuff the guy did, and you just see it. If, especially if you are one yourself, you're going to see the things he does.
Well, yes, probably. Uh-huh. See one like you because yeah, okay.
Right.
Yeah, Anne said they showed the guy walking in the Vigil on Dateline. The one we're debating if it was Brian, said us web sleuths were saying it was indeed him. So I know you guys all saw the photo. If you think that it was indeed him, put a 1. If you don't think it was Brian, put a 2.
Which one are you talking about? The
Yeah,
one with
Val, are
him?
you talking about the walking one in the blue jacket or the other one that everyone thinks is him?
I know
one
there's
with the-
two. The sitting down one. There's
The one in the
two.
hat. I think he had a hat on.
There's
I don't.
I could pull up both, but I'm talking right now about the one in the blue. But I can pull up
No.
both pictures. Okay, what
Mhm.
about the other one? Do you
I
think,
think-
okay, let's just say this. Do you think either of the pictures were him? If you think
Yes.
either of them were him, put a 1. If you think they definitely weren't him, put a 2. Because I have seen people say about the hairline possibly being different. Some say the hairline is the same. Some say the nose is the same. So I don't know. What do you guys think?
What day was the vigil?
Let me, I have to look at that.
Does
So
anyone know? I was the reason I ask is because on one of the episodes that aired tonight, I don't know if it was 2020 or Dateline or whatever was on tonight. There were 2 different ones. But one of them, they interviewed his hairdresser and said,
What?
Yeah, that
Okay.
he kept his appointment on December 2nd and got his hair cut.
interesting.
Oh yeah, let's see the pictures again.
Okay, let me
So
try to
that's
pull
why I'm
them up.
curious as to when it was, because if the hairline is different, it could just be
That he got it cut.
right.
Okay, the vigil was November 30th,
Okay, so goes to the vigil and then gets
Wednesday.
his haircut after that. Okay. Interesting.
Well, didn't that guy in the blue, didn't he have glasses on too?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
What are we waiting on?
I wear glasses and contacts. Depends on my mood or if my eyes are tired. I don't think that makes too much.
Well,
of a
yeah, but I
difference.
would think, if he needed glasses, I would have thought that he would have worn them sometime since he's been picked up. But
Oh, you're right. Yes, you're right. Because I think that in jail they make you take those off. I'm not sure. I have to check, but yes.
I mean, he may need them for reading, but obviously he doesn't need them for walking. So I would think if he went to court and he needed them for reading, that they would have given them to him just in case, wouldn't they? Don't they?
Yes, they will. I'm going to check that. That's a great question.
I don't know if they would because it can be used as a weapon.
The glasses?
Well, yeah, but so can the pen or pencil they're using to write with.
Right.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so that's
Brian
not,
stands up straighter than he does.
yeah, and that guy, does he look too thin? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think that's him at all.
But
I
there's
saw a better picture where you could see he had
Oh,
glasses
here's
on
another
too.
picture, but there was another picture I saw also with the glasses, but that one didn't really look, but and then
Yeah,
there's
there it is.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's him.
Mm-mm.
There was another picture also, I'm trying to think what it was at, of someone sitting down that people thought was Brian, but I'll have to look for that. And then there was one thing that's really sad. I don't know if I want to show it. It's from 2020. It's only the beginning. It's Kaylee's friend. Obviously it's just the beginning of it because the whole thing hasn't been released online yet. I think it is now. I might be able to find the whole interview now, but it's just the beginning. So I don't know if I should show it. Everyone's gonna probably get upset in chat. Mallory, what do you think? It's really sad.
Brugan Shot said that Dateline said that it wasn't him.
Right.
Thank you so much, Nora. That's so
Oh,
cool of you.
nice.
She said, "This is the most fun I've had after 2 a.m. in forever." Wow, look at me trying to sound all cool. Most fun I've had after 10 p.m. in a long time. I'm so happy that you're here.
Yeah, I was telling Valerie, she's like, if I go late, you think there's going to be an audience? I said, honey, you should be the chat rooms that I'm in all night long. There's like several hundred people. They just have to know you're open at night. And yeah, there's a lot of
I'm
us night
open.
owls. You're open.
Okay.
So if you want to play that, it's up to you. What else? I think it depends because if you want to go talking about something more serious afterwards, it may not flow as well. But it's up to you. You know what I mean?
Let me see if they have the full video of the interview up because otherwise it's literally just like a minute or like a 40-second clip. You guys chat real quick while I do this. Just 1 minute.
Hey, everybody in chat. I just wanted to say that we have 135 watching and 82 likes. If you would like Valerie's videos to be able to reach more people, if you could just hit that like and subscribe button, it will put her, I'm not going to say algorithm because most people don't know what that is. It'll make her video more prominent on YouTube. Therefore, more people will come to visit. So if you could do that, that'd be great. I know she'd appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
And this is not housekeeping, but I have heard a lot of people with this question. Does his father knew? Did his father knew? He didn't knew? Did he has...
What, that his son was like that, or did he know he committed the crime?
Well, a doubt. Do you think that the father has an incline?
I think that if all of the stuff, especially if you guys saw the posts from Brian on his visual snow and everything like that, if those are as accurate as he's portraying them to be, obviously, then I think it would be very difficult for his family not to know that there was something up. I don't know if they would have known to the extent of this, but like the before effect of it, yeah, I think they would notice something is wrong. Now, whether I think his dad knew after the fact, I don't know. I don't.
The only thing that I think no, but then when the dad started bringing up the shooting that happened in Washington, I was like, at that dorm room or whatever, and that never happened.
No, it happened.
Oh, it did happen?
Yeah, there was because everyone thought it was connected to this case because it was before we found out.
I still have my doubts. I don't know.
No, he was acting. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Huh.
Yeah, it was there was
I thought he was acting like it just happened.
It did. It happened either that morning or the morning before, like when they first started driving.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That was the one that there was a hostage situation on WSU campus. The guy was holding his roommates hostage, and they got the roommates out, but then they ended up killing the guy. The SWAT team did.
Well, I'm always now 2 days ago, 3 days ago, people are saying, well, if he had somebody that helped him, and I'm thinking, what if that somebody was that other guy that was taken out and he couldn't deal with the guilt because he's not like Brian.
Right. Yeah, and I mean,
it's just like the coin. When you have something that's too many coincidences, it's like
it's not a coincidence at that point usually.
Yeah, it's like, wait a minute. I mean,
right.
I'm sorry to bring this out, but I remember how 2001 I was working in a military hospital full of military personnel. In the officers' suite, the big guys and gals, and we had one TV, and they were all in denial. And we were watching a plane getting into a building, and I'm looking around like, hello, this is not by chance. And people just were not getting it until they saw the second one. Then, the human, we are like that. We can be like that, certain things.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Lady B.
Hi, Lady B.
Yeah, I'm in my PJs and my hair's not brushed. And of course, I turned the camera on, right?
I didn't see you did. Oh,
it was 2 seconds.
Oh, I was looking at chat.
And you looked pretty, so.
Oh, yeah, right.
Okay. Yeah, you look great. I have something in my hair. You all will go, oh my God.
Curler. No, I was looking at the chat. I wanted to say hi to Sparkly Uniform. Oh my God, I'm reading something else. Sparkly Unicorn and a Misfit said, "You look beautiful, Lady V."
Oh, you guys are just being nice. Thank you, though. Okay, let's get back to the subject. It's not me.
Okay. There was one other video, and then it has been like almost 2 hours, so I may end it. And because, like I said, we'll probably be here until 6 a.m. if I play that other video. So it's all sad. Obviously.
We'll take a poll if some people want to stay and some people want to go.
Okay. All right. Well, let me play this one. This isn't the heartbreaking one. This is a different one. This is just about Brian. That other video, I still haven't decided if I want to show just because it's awful. The other one.
Also, Shay said that she's ready and will come up if you go ahead and stay and play it.
Shay, I would love for you to. Okay, yeah.
You can switch spots with me so I sleep.
Okay.
And then I'll watch the end of it after the fact.
Okay, Mallory, did you want to? I have this video.
Yeah.
This video is 6 minutes. Do you want to stay? Okay, let me play this and then you can trade spots with Shay.
Okay.
Or I may end it at it'll be the 2-hour mark, so I'll decide at that minute. Let me see.
Do you want us to keep talking while you do that?
You're going to have to say like, welcome to the wolf pack or something, Valerie.
To the wolf pack? Why? Because we're wouldn't it be like owls? Or because night wolves are, I guess, nocturnal too. Yeah, I know it's insomniac hour or like the true crime insomniacs, and someone said
Owls
that
would be good. I mean, I was just thinking because you have because of your dog.
Oh, yeah, I know. You know, in one of, like, the stickers, super stickers, was gonna have her, like, in her little jail uniform, and then I have a funny pic.
Aw.
Yeah, you'll see them all soon. Once I finally get the memberships, put together, you'll be able to see all the funny stuff. But can you see my screen right now with the girl in a knot, so where I paused it, where she has her eyes closed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Michaela says, yes, night owls. They're kind of sleuthy. They are, definitely.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I like that. Maybe I will add that into the name somehow. All right. Just put a 1 if you can hear it, please.
In this gruesome case, we want to bring in ABC contributor Brad Garrett, who was a hostage negotiator and profiler for the FBI for 17 years. Hey, Brad, thank you so much for joining us. So much of Kohberger's education has come into focus after he was named a suspect. He received a bachelor's degree from DeSales University, completed a graduate studies there, and just ended his first semester as a PhD student of criminology at Washington State. You hold a PhD in criminology yourself. Explain to us, if you would, what you learn in that kind of program.
So you learn a lot about the psyche of people who commit crime. Obviously, Lindsay, there's multiple indicators or motivators of why people do domestic violence, why they commit robberies, why they commit mass murder or serial murder. And so you sort of get into the heads of all those people. You also learn about crime scenes, about what to look for. And you get a real indicator about how the whole system works, basically, how police investigate cases, et cetera. Because your job, once you leave graduate school, is to be the person that can look at crimes and figure out what happened and why it happened.
How could this knowledge that Kohberger held, a deep understanding of crime scenes and knowledge of how the system works, how could that all factor into the prosecutor's case against him?
Well, first of all, they could say that he has a big interest in crime. Well, obviously, if this is what you study, if you're a doctor and you are a pulmonary specialist, you look at that stuff all the time. So I suppose he could use that. My sense would be the following, is that this suspect is different than most homicide offenders. In other words, the typical murder is driven by rage, jealousy, greed, domestic, whatever it might be. But it's not psychologically driven. Serial killers, and I'm not suggesting this guy is a serial killer, but serial killers are driven by the satisfaction and the puzzle and the excitement and the risk of killing people. This crime early on sort of struck me of all of those variables. In particular, when they didn't come up with a suspect that was apparently in sort of a relationship of some part with the suspect.
Sources tell ABC that the police found Kohberger through DNA found at the scene. The DNA was uploaded to a public genealogy database. Investigators found relatives, and that led them to Kohberger. How common is it to link suspects to genealogy sites?
Well, it's becoming more and more common. I mean, if you go back, I suppose the most recent well-known case would be the Golden State Killer. And he got linked 30 years plus after he apparently stopped killing people through genetic genealogy, which, as you may well know, are public databases. You sign up, basically doing ancestral stuff on your own background to figure out relatives, et cetera, where you came from. Well, police have figured out that they can use that same database to maybe locate an offender. So what happens is you have a DNA profile, but you don't know who it goes to. So you plug into maybe more than one database and you get a partial hit. That's my term. They probably don't use that term, but a partial hit would be that there is some genetic connection to a person they have found in this database. And then they build off of that until they finally work their way down through looking at multiple records, death records, birth records, all sorts of things to get you down to, can we actually find the actual maybe parents or brother of the victim or of the suspect, I'm sorry. And so I think that's what happened. Some version of that's what happened. And that's why they were able to link him up to his obvious DNA left at the scene.
In the weeks leading up to Kohberger's arrest, police were zeroing in on a white Elantra, saying that they believe someone inside had crucial information. Kohberger drove a white Elantra and even drove it across country with his father in mid-December. What is your thought about that trip? We know that the dad flew out to his son, and then they drove all the way back to Pennsylvania in that Elantra.
Well, yes, there was information about an Elantra, and I do believe the police thought that this could be the bad guy's car. It was near the house, apparently, according to them. It was caught on a camera in a very fuzzy picture leaving the town. And so I think they felt there was some comfort and connection. They didn't have a tag number. You know, Hyundai Elantras are not high volume, but there are several thousand of them in the United States in that year period of 2011 to 2013. So I think they're grappling. So once, you know, you don't know what came first. I'm going to guess maybe the DNA came first. Then you figure it out. You can't just tell the entire United States law enforcement people, go find a white Elantra. You'd have to have more information, like a tag number, obviously, or something really unique about the car. And you'd have to say it's wanted in a possible homicide in Moscow, Idaho. They didn't have, my sense would be maybe by the middle of December, they didn't have all that together. And so as a result, father flies out and they drive across the country.
Brad Garrett, thank you so much for your time and insight as always.
So I thought that was interesting that they said he shared different like serial killer traits as time went on, with the satisfaction and the puzzle, like, and the risks that he was taking, and also how he was found kind of with the family genealogy, and that's the same way that they found the Golden State Killer 30 years later. So those are the things that I found interesting in that. What did you guys think about that video?
I'm lost there because I thought that he was found because of his father's fingerprints or DNA in the trash. Explain, please.
Well, okay, but that was after the fact. That was when they were verifying it. After he and his dad had driven back. I think they were looking for his DNA right after, whenever they got the DNA process where they could see it before. That would be probably before that he and his dad drove back. And so then they were verified. What I don't get is, where did they know it was his father's, and how did they know it was his father's before they knew it was him by DNA match? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And I wonder how they ended up getting it, because I've known in other cases that it has to be, and I've heard from actually different law enforcement sources, not about this case, but in general, the aspect that even though they're going and they're collecting the trash from around, it's not a direct source. You don't see whose specific DNA you're testing when you're taking it out of the trash.
Exactly.
That's why a lot of times it has to be something that occurs like in a restaurant, and the police have to like go in, be physically watching every place that it goes, and get to it before anyone gets there.
Now,
right.
I know, that's why I was like, well, okay, if they didn't know, because they were saying, right, they didn't, still wasn't saying who it was, but then they found the dad's DNA, and it's like, well, if you were following the father around to get his DNA, why not do the same thing with Brian? I mean, he's going to be drinking coffee and stuff too. I don't know.
That's why I'm curious as to at what point were they able to see I mean, it would have to be the type of thing where they literally saw the dad smoke a cigarette and put it in this certain garbage
Right.
can. And then they were able to keep eyes on that garbage can until they put that bag into another bag to then be able to get to that one specific cigarette.
Right.
So when they're just going and taking garbage from everywhere, although, yeah, they have the ability to see that it's from their house, that chain of command is broken because the items that they're finding in the garbage, you don't know where in that house, who in that house was actually using it. So it could match 100% to this person
Right.
or whatever, or this crime. But at that point, it's not a clear line to get there.
Yeah,
So,
because I'm like, okay, you may have used it and it maybe did match as his father, but how did you know you needed the father's DNA, that particular father's DNA, to match it to it?
right.
So I'm like, I don't know. I've just never been clear on that. I thought maybe I missed something along the way. I mean, because they could just as easily get the trash when the guys, I'm sure they probably threw stuff away on their trip. I mean.
Yeah. I'm just curious about the chain of evidence in that, of
Yeah.
how they had the ability to go through a trash.
Well, now they did have surveillance flying over their head for 4 days, and they can zoom in with that thing. They can be a mile away and zoom in and read the newspaper writing on your paper. So, I mean, they might have been able to tell exactly which bag it was.
But then at that point, though, it's also contaminated with everything else. So they could also say, like,
yeah, right. Yeah, I get you. I know what you're saying. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me either, but.
And I mean, yeah, I agree. Farmhouse Felts, like, the family trash is the quickest way to do it. It's more of a matter of the chain of evidence, and if they're trying to nail him to this crime, getting
But what was
evidence
he?
from a garbage bag is like.
But what was he trying to throw away? Was it garbage, or was Brian trying to get rid of something?
Okay,
Why
so they
else?
just
Why
needed
else put it in
someone's.
your neighbor's trash if you're just like?
But I
Do
wonder,
you
though,
think he was thinking about DNA at that point?
yeah, he was, because he was said to, like, wear, like, gloves and stuff to the grocery store. But
That doesn't count. I wear gloves everywhere.
yeah,
I'm crazy, but I don't like to touch everything that everybody else touches. And this is before COVID.
yeah.
And
Oh,
I
I
don't like
can't
to
walk.
touch the trash. I mean,
Oh,
ugh.
I
don't.
can't walk by. I can't wear them to the store because then I can't walk by and like feel the clothes and things as I walk through. I'm like, I'm one of those people that have to touch. Oh, that feels so soft. But anyway, I wonder, I mean, is that making sense how I'm saying it? How did they know to get his dad's DNA to check it against what they had if they don't even know who it was looking for?
Who was it? Someone up here said something. Nora's grandma said, Mallory, they didn't need it to be anyone in particular. Dad's DNA was in CODIS and came back to BK's dad.
Okay.
So they just needed to match that because they knew that someone in the family already was in CODIS.
Okay. See,
that makes more sense.
That's what I've been keeping my ear open for, because I was thinking, was his dad arrested enough to where he needed to put in his DNA? Oh, well, yeah, that, wow.
There doesn't necessarily have to be a chain of evidence at that point. At that point, it's just, hey, someone in this house is related to the person. And so
that changes everything.
Once you are in CODIS, you don't, you're done.
Just nobody ever mentioned his dad had served time.
I didn't know that.
And do something bad enough to end up having to give the DNA, because they don't do that with everybody, do they?
Who knows this information? Who was it?
It was Um,
It was not Lex. Lex
hold on.
Lex Luthor. was
Norma's grandma. Nora's grandma.
I
Yes,
can see
thank
the
you.
defense. You know how Casey Anthony's defense went and tried to like say it was her father? Watch them go and try to say it was his dad or something.
Yeah.
Who knows?
I know.
Wasn't good.
I mean, obviously it wasn't, but I'm just saying defense could always pull something crazy.
If it was something like that, though, then there would be a chain of evidence situation.
Does Nora's grandma knows why Dad's DNA was encoded? Maybe she will.
Nora's
share?
grandma, why did you know that? Where did you hear that his DNA was in CODIS?
Can I repeat what? What did I say?
He didn't serve time.
Repeat what?
I put it back up for you.
What? I know, I don't know what I'm supposed to repeat. She just throw herself off her own live.
Oh.
We need your brain. We need your brain smarts
I
now,
pulled a
Ari.
Brittany. I pulled a Brittany and I kicked myself off. I'm like, oh my God, did I just end this stream?
Repeat
No.
the DNA stuff. She's asking you to repeat the DNA.
Okay, Nora grandma, the sheep explained in a presser. Oh God, right?
It said, the chief explained.
Okay.
Okay,
So
I
do you
go
want
back
to
to
know
that.
the difference between what would need, like what aspect of the DNA, like why it couldn't be used in the case with Brian or against his dad? About Dad's DNA being in CODIS. So his could be in CODIS for a few different reasons. I mean, if he committed a crime, I know there's some DNA that gets taken if you work certain jobs, high level jobs, stuff like that.
Yeah, some jobs will make you do a fingerprint test.
So they weren't looking. They weren't looking for the DNA in his neighbor's trash. They were looking for what he threw away in case he did throw something away that he was trying to hide.
They should have just pulled up the DNA profile from CODIS. Oh yeah, it matches the sheath. You're right. They wouldn't need CODIS. So,
No,
but that
they wouldn't need the trash if they had it in color.
Yeah, you're right. So, okay.
Something that we are missing.
That's why I'm saying they didn't need the trash for DNA. They were looking to see if Brian threw something away of importance in there. Had nothing to do with the DNA. So they don't need chain of evidence because it had nothing to do with DNA. It had to do with if they found something in there that Brian was trying to hide by putting it in his neighbors, which is what I think he was trying to do.
You would think he would for the security job, but there's some jobs where they make you do jump through a lot of hoops, and then there's other jobs where they're like higher jobs and they barely even do like a background check. So they might not have done that for the security job, possibly. It looks like they didn't.
No, because his was just at a
at
a high school.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I'm losing my mind here.
I'm always losing my mind. So welcome to the club, Angels. Lie to keep control.
That's so good.
Mine was gone about 30 years ago, so I'm still trying to find it.
So I found a video, but I know that it's been speculated, but was it ever confirmed? Because in this video is confirmed about Ethan being in the hallway. It is confirmed in this video, but was it ever? Okay, so I'm going to play. I could play the whole.
It was not like in the affidavit, he's in Xana's bedroom.
Okay, so in this video, and it's news it's quote unquote news daddy that is saying it. Brian Enton, yeah. So
I think Brian was asleep until probably he heard Xana.
you mean Ethan?
I mean Ethan. Who
knew
did I say?
Brian.
Oh, I'm sorry. Gosh. Yeah, I told you I lost my brain, right? Yeah. I think
have.
Ethan, yeah, I think he was asleep until right before the guy went after him. Anyway, tell your thing.
We're not listening, angels. What aren't we listening about?
You guys aren't listening.
I'm trying.
I'm losing
scrolling
my mind.
up to try
No.
to see what we're not listening about.
I know. I'm like, what? I was trying to read every. It's hard to read every single one of these guys.
He didn't serve time. Okay.
He said, and Nora's grandma said, I promise I know what I mean. I'm just having trouble explaining it.
1, tested DNA on the sheath. 2, test came back to someone.
Nora said they were looking for DNA.
Okay, so Angels said test number 1. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Tested DNA on the sheath. Number 2, test came back as someone from the Kohberger family. Number 3, using what they had narrowed it down to the Papa homeboy. Okay. So if they narrowed it down, I still don't get it. But I trust you. I just don't understand.
Okay, well, I'll play your daddy then, Shay Benet. I'm sorry, angels, if we're not understanding. Maybe it's too late for all of us.
No, if they type it in here, I'll read it while we're watching this if they want to retype it.
Okay, or you can come up if you want to explain it to us.
Yeah, that'd be even better.
So there's a full video, or if you want me to just get into where they talk about Ethan being where News Daddy Brian says about Ethan being in the hallway and about how multiple people had defensive wounds. I could start it at 8 minutes or just play the whole thing, but let me see how long the whole thing is. I don't think it's that long. The whole thing is 9 minutes. So I could start at 8:15, but I feel like we know a lot of the information. Or so we'll either watch just 1 minute or we could watch 9 minutes. What do you guys want to do?
It's up to you.
Lady V, Liza, chat, let me know. But at the 8:15 mark is when they talk about people being awake in the house, about how we originally thought that they were asleep, and about the location of Ethan's body.
Okay, Nora's grandma said the sheath came back to an unknown male. And then through the rest of their evidence, it led them to BK.
Liza wants to know why they call him News Daddy. Mallory, do you want to answer that?
Why do you assume that I call him News Daddy?
I know a lot of people do. I just want an easy answer.
Oh, Brian.
I don't think Brian Enton is News Daddy. My News Daddy was JB Buno. Mm-hmm. But I digress. It's more of like I don't know how to say it.
Brings warm and fuzzy feelings like when you called Johnny Depp.
Yeah, exactly.
So Shay Benet, she meant Alex. She said Aloe. But yes, so Alex Erickson calls him News Daddy. Yes, I have.
Allie does. Okay.
Yeah, Allie does. And I think other people do too. She was like, that's where I first heard it, was on Alex's channel.
Well, I was confused too. I'm like, News Daddy. And then Yeah, I remember Alex saying that.
Yeah, if anyone wants to drop her link, they can do that too.
Okay.
She's really great. Corey's like, news daddy, ? Okay, so I'll start playing it. If it seems like it's too boring, I'll fast forward it to the 8-minute mark.
Okay, I gotta take a break. I'll be right back.
Take your time. Corey Reeves said, and we were talking about this earlier, like Shay and a few other people, Nancy Grace is news mommy. I don't know how I feel about that.
I don't like that one. That one sounds icky.
Yeah, it's funny, but yeah, I don't know how I feel about it. Can you see the screen? You see him with his eyes closed and everything?
Yeah.
Oh, that's at the 8-minute mark. Okay, let me start over.
Brian Kohberger, the man accused of killing the 4 Idaho college students, faces 4 charges of first-degree murder. These charges carry sentences that include life in prison and potentially the death penalty. Since his arrest, new evidence used by investigators to find the suspect has been revealed. One of the 2 roommates who were not attacked saw a man in the home on the night of the crime and was able to describe a figure who was 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, with bushy eyebrows.
It was also revealed that DNA left at the crime scene on a knife sheath was linked to DNA from trash at Kohberger's parents' home in Pennsylvania. Joining us now to discuss is senior national correspondent at News Nation, Brian Enton. Welcome, Brian. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
So are we any closer to having any sense of potential motive in this horrific quadruple murder?
Yeah, that's a really good question because we've gotten so much new information in the 18-page probable cause affidavit, but it makes no mention of motive. I've been in touch with the families. I was talking to them last night. They still don't know of motive. So there's no indication that police have anything on motive right now. I mean, it's certainly possible that they know something behind the scenes. There's a court hearing on Thursday here in Idaho where we may find out a little more. But if there's a preliminary hearing a couple of weeks from now, that's likely when we might really find out what they know.
Can you help us understand how it could be that one of the surviving roommates sees Kohberger, presumably a hooded figure, hears some crying or screaming, and this is while he's or after or at the time of the murders, like very early in the morning, 4 a.m. or something. But then the police aren't called, the bodies aren't found till the next till later, till the actual morning, like 11 or noon. So is there? I think a lot of people have questions about with the surviving roommates. So then they waited hours and hours to alert, or what were they? I mean, there's a lot of speculation about why that could be. Maybe they were just very tired. Maybe they had been intoxicated themselves. I mean, there could be benign reasons for waiting later. But I think a lot of people, myself included, are very confused about exactly how that ends up happening.
Yeah, no, totally. I think that was probably the big jaw-dropping tidbit from the affidavit because we were all under the assumption that the surviving roommates were asleep. But one of them, at least Dylan, was awake. And we also thought they were sleeping on the bottom floor where there were no killings. But Dylan was actually up on the second floor where the murders happened. So there is this question. She says she was awake, that she heard screams, that she heard a man's voice, that she heard the dog barking. And then that just after 4 a.m., she saw the killer walk by her bedroom, that she saw him wearing a black mask covering his mouth and nose, and that she was able to describe his height, his build, the fact that he had bushy eyebrows, and that he walked out towards the back sliding glass door. And then here's what you talk about. I mean, that was just after 4 a.m. It wasn't until 11:58 a.m., so hours and hours later, that the 911 call was made and that police finally came out. She says in the affidavit, she's quoted saying that she was frozen in fear, essentially. And certainly that's a possibility. She went back into the bedroom and locked the door. The families of the victims right now, I interviewed Kaylee's sister last night on News Nation, and she basically said that everyone should stop the judgment, that, you know, Dylan's a young girl, that no one knows how they would react in that situation. But it's certainly very interesting that it took so long for her to call, or for whoever to call 911. And certainly she'll be a witness at some point, whether it be at the preliminary hearing or if there is a trial. And I'm sure we'll find out more exactly, you know, what she was going through in that moment.
Brian, tell us what you can about the families and how they're dealing with this. Do they feel, is there any sense of relief that somebody has been arrested? Where are they at in terms of their emotional journey dealing with this horror?
So, yeah, I think there was definitely relief when the arrest was announced, especially with the Gonzalez family. They told me they almost felt this feeling of joy because they had just been living, you know, just in agony, and felt like they couldn't even grieve Kaylee's death until there was an arrest. So there was relief, but I think
I'm just going to pause it for a second, but I thought it was interesting that he said that she heard screaming, because I don't know if we heard that before. I don't think we heard that. And also that she saw him walk out the sliding door. I don't think we heard that either, just that he walked that direction. Right? Is that Mallory? Am I wrong?
No.
Okay.
So the way that the affidavit ends that scenario is that Dylan sees the person in black with bushy eyebrows turn and walk out through the not walk out, but walk to the sliding door. So
But also here he says, this is the problem. He said not very muscular. And I remember that in the affidavit it said athletic build. Then which one is it? I have a problem with her DM being a witness. I think that she should not go. I mean, if I'm the prosecution, if I have something else, I will not call her. I'm scared that the defense could just tear her apart.
Yeah, I could see that. Hey, number one, I think you pronounce it imminence. I think he acted alone. Nora's grandma wrote this. Okay, I'm going to say this before I lose it in chat. Number one, find the DNA on the sheath. Number two, get suspect's name through the cell phone and car. BK. Number three, check trash at BK's parents' house. Number four, hit what's come out as a backdoor 99.9% probability that he was the father of the donor of the DNA on the sheath. Whew. That took all my air.
that was a really good outro, though.
Yes.
Nice
I
big
paused
breath.
it. I really paused it at an unflattering part for Brian. I'm so sorry. He looks like he's about to sneeze. But
I say he's looking like he's going to do something else, but okay, we'll go with sneeze.
Okay. All right. Let me finish the rest of the video. But yeah, that was new information we found out. So I'll go over the rest at the end, but I just wanted to pause that there.
They're almost like overwhelmed now when you think about the court process just beginning. I mean, they were in court last week. It's a small town. It's a small courtroom. They sit very, very close to where the man accused of killing their daughter is. You can imagine how overwhelming that would feel. And then just knowing that, you know, they've said they want to be at every hearing, and this is going to be a very, very long process. I mean, all our indications are that he may plead not guilty, that he's saying that he's innocent. Brian Kohberger is, at least according to his public defender, when he was in Pennsylvania. So I just think they feel overwhelmed knowing that they have all of that lies ahead.
What have we learned that's new about Kohberger? I was looking at some of the reporting. I hear history of heroin use, but maybe that he'd gotten past that he bullied as a kid, kind of not social, but he seemed to have some friends. Some people have come forward and said they knew him, and he was not particularly shy, but not outgoing, but they knew him and he was fine. I hear a lot of discussion or debate about, like, was he a highly intelligent person? He was studying criminology. What more should we know or do we know about him?
Yeah, so it doesn't appear that he had a ton of friends or any ex-girlfriends or anything like that we've been able to find. We've heard stories that he was bullied as a kid, that he was an overweight kid and bullied. He did have a drug problem, according to some friends at one point, but overcame that. Seemed like a socially awkward guy from most of the people that we've talked to. Obviously an extensive knowledge of criminal justice, got his master's in it, and then was in the process of getting his PhD in criminology at Washington State University. He was sort of built up initially as like this, person who was able to get away with this and then, almost like genius. But really, when you look at, the affidavit, I mean, he made a lot of mistakes, which ultimately led to him getting captured, mainly that he left, he had a knife and he left the knife sheath, which is essentially the cover for the knife. He left that at the scene. And that is what contained the DNA. The button on the knife sheath had DNA on it, which they were able to connect back to Kohberger. So that was a big mistake. One of the creepiest things of the whole thing that I find is that, according to the police, his cell phone was tracked going back to the house after the murders at about 9:15 a.m., hours after the murders. And there's all sorts of questions about, was he going back to sort of see if the police were there to sort of get the thrill of it all and sort of like circus-like atmosphere? There's other killers in the past that have gotten to almost a high off of that. Or could he have been going back, realizing that he left the knife sheath there and going back to maybe want to go back in the house and retrieve it? We don't know the answers to those questions right now.
We don't know whether the victims knew him at all or had any interactions with him previously. We just don't know that yet, correct?
Yeah, that's a good question. We don't know. And as recently as last night, the families tell me they still haven't come up with any specific connections. Early on, there was sort of thought there were some Instagram profiles that followed some of the victims, but we've realized a lot of that stuff was created after his name came out. All these like people create fake social media profiles and stuff online, trying to look like they're him. So none of that has officially connected back.
Disgusting.
And did the affidavit say that the victims were awake when they were killed? My understanding had been that was unknown before. Is that something that was addressed in the affidavit?
Well, we know that at least some of the victims had defensive wounds, which would indicate that they were awake at some point trying to fight back. Ethan, one of the victims, he was found not in a bed, but actually on the ground, sort of in the hallway, which is another indication that he may have been awake and trying to fight back. So it's just so sad to think about what went on in that house, and then also what the surviving roommate heard. There was screaming, there was talking, there was crying. So it doesn't appear that they were just like totally killed while they were fully asleep or anything like that.
It's horrifying. Well,
horrific.
Brian, thank you for continuing to cover this. A lot of people interested, obviously, and want to see justice.
Hey, Mal, did you see the question from Lex Luthor?
Yeah, I was currently typing back, but it'll be a lot easier to just say it out loud if I can. Is that okay?
Of course. What?
Okay.
I don't know what it is, but sure.
She said, Mallory, I think you may have answered my question the other night, but I didn't see it. Did anyone find out if the Instagram account of BK was really his, the one following Maddie and Kaylee or Xana? So it's hard. I don't think there's a definitive yes or a definitive no. Based on the research that I have physically done, his email is connected to the one that was Brian.Kohberger with an extra R at the end, I want to say is what it was. And it only had one video on it at one point, and it was from years ago. But I don't know if that's something that was used after the fact. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know exactly the answer because, yeah, there is one that is connected, but I don't know if it was something active or something like that. And the account did follow Kaylee and Maddie, but it also followed a lot of other people, not necessarily related to the case. But so in that context, I'd say yes, but there's also always something to it. Yes, that was the one, Lex Luthor, that the Kohberger with 2 hours at the end is the one that was following Maddie and Kaylee. Yes. So that is what it looks like, that the answer would be yes. But with this case, I always want to put out there and say, it's been put out there that he had no social media. So it's hard to say.
Oh, I just thought that was interesting because now we know that Ethan, it seems, was awake, that Xana was awake. They both had defensive wounds. Ethan was in the hallway, that they were screaming. We knew that there was crying. What do you think about all that?
Well, Ethan was in the room, not the hallway. But, I mean, everything else, there's so much to it that is accurate. It's scary, you know?
Well, the other thing is that I always believed that now Kelly was awake.
Yeah.
She was, and
Kaylee, yeah. So
she was awake, and I think that I don't know, but since DM said that she thought that she was playing with the dog, I think that maybe Kelly fought with this guy, and
I believe so.
the way her parents and her sister talked about this young women, I think that she will be the kind that will fight for her life.
Yeah.
That's why I when they say, well, she got this and that worse, I think that she got it worse because she was fighting.
I agree. You're going to get more defensive wounds if you're fighting back. And also that's going to anger the killer.
Exactly. Yes, he will be angry. She will make more noise. That he wants to get to, you know, that's what I thought. When I heard that, I have to give it to Olivia. That interview was very, very good. The feeling of the person that the family thought it was Kaylee came true to the viewer. You could, you know, I was able to figure out this young lady, and I think that she was a fighter.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. Kaylee definitely seemed like she would be a fighter. I think if anyone was asleep, that it was maybe Maddie.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Oh, I hear mic issues. I don't know if it's on my end or not.
No, I think it was Lady V.
Okay.
Am I having issues?
Yes.
Yeah, you sound like a robot.
Okay, I'll go out and come back in if you want to drop the link.
Okay, and I'm actually, because that other video is so long, I'm thinking I should play it another time. I don't know.
Why don't you just make a whole live to it?
I'm up for it.
Lady V, you should go out and come back in. I don't know if I know how to make a poll. Let me see. I don't think I know how to do that. I don't know how to do anything on here. It's so bad. Let me see.
Well, maybe somebody knows and they can tell you. Who's here? Who has a channel? Like, there's a lot of people who have a channel here. Lex Luthor probably knows how to do everything.
If you guys want Val to stay up and go through the 50-minute episode, put a 1 in chat. if you want her to stop and then start another live tomorrow or the next day, to just do the one video, put it 2.
Either
Nailed
way,
it.
so if you would rather another live to go over, and we'll do a few hour live in like a day or 2, I can put it 2. Or if
I
you want
already
to
drank
have this
coffee.
out,
Then
what was that?
no, go ahead. I already drank the coffee. Then go ahead, baby.
Oh my, I see a lot of 1s, but I do see a couple 2s also. No, there
I
are
think
a couple 2s. There are a couple 2s. Are you a 2 also, Juan? Detective Juan? Because I do see Angie and Jeanette say 2.
what? Okay, so which one's 2?
2 means not tonight.
Why is my screen going crazy?
I don't see that it's going crazy.
It's like, are you hearing me all right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It keeps like popping up Angie and then Misfit and then mine on the TV's doing the same thing.
No, that's
It's got Misfit with her cat and Angie with the dog. Are you guys playing a prank on me?
No, I don't know what you mean, but I was putting up their comments before.
Maybe it was just catching up with you. I don't know, but it was, I was like, it just kept going like a heartbeat, backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. We see your face and then it go backwards, and then see your face, we go backwards. I'm like, okay, I am losing my mind. Yeah, that one.
I counted 4 2s.
It's because
Exactly.
there's a cat. Oh my god, you're making me die right now. There's a cat. The avatar for Angie is a cat, and I'm showing the comments.
Well, and it's, cleaning itself. I have 4 cats. I love cats.
Well, guys, I think I'm going to drop down, but I'm going to listen for a little while still.
Okay, I didn't catch. Is 1 they want to see it or 2 they want to see it?
We have 4
1
2s.
stay on.
Everything else was a 1.
Okay,
Then
so
we
we're
go
staying
for
on.
the 1.
Okay.
Shy is coming up. Or
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mallory, we will miss you. I'm going to miss you.
So you're seriously not doing that, Valerie?
What?
What? Mallory.
Valerie, you're seriously not doing that because it's like popping up again.
I am doing it. Yes, I'm showing everyone's comments.
Oh, okay. I'm like, I'm losing my mind.
You have me dying right now.
Okay, I'll shut up.
I'm just gonna do it even more now to mess with you.
Oh, that's funny.
All
Well,
right,
I
Mallory.
catch on pretty quickly though.
Good night, Mallory. Have a
Good
good
night,
night.
guys.
Thank you
I'll
so
keep
much for
listening
coming
until
up.
I fall asleep. So,
All right.
thanks
Good
again
night,
for having me,
Mallory.
Val.
All right. Thank you for
Pleasure,
coming
hon.
up.
Bye, Liza. Bye, Lady V. Bye, guys. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Shay, come up so that I have you before I play the video. Okay, there she is. Hi, Shay. Lady V, your camera. Okay, it's up.
Yeah, I did it again.
It's okay. You looked beautiful.
I could at least be able to have some makeup on when I do it. My hair brushed. I haven't even brushed my hair today. I've been bumming out.
I didn't even see like anything, but it looked beautiful. Hi, Shay.
Hi, Shay Renee. There's one that looks beautiful.
Oh, hey guys. Sorry, I dropped my headphones. Can y'all hear me okay?
I do.
Yes, I can hear you. I'm just laughing now every time I show comments because because I'm thinking I'm tripping out Lady V.
I was like looking at my phone and looking at my TV screen, looking at my other phone and looking.
It was
I was
doing
like,
it.
all 3 of them are doing it. Yeah, pretty much, Lex Luthor. Yeah. The only one that I've seen pull up this many of the comments is Joe, and because Joe, and I love Joe, he's so sweet, but he really wants to try to read every single comment, and he pulls every single one up because he doesn't want to miss anybody.
Well, I feel the same way. Good night, Angie, and thank you for being here. And I like your little cat avatar.
I do too. I have one that looks almost like that.
Oh, I feel like a cat. My hair is like huge right now.
Well, the cat's looking at her like, "What you looking at, woman?" I'm cleaning myself here. Back off.
We're going crazy.
Oh my lord.
So I'll start playing it. It is long. It's
Okay,
actually okay. So who does it? Hopefully he doesn't strike me. I can't even talk anymore. Hopefully he doesn't strike me. Do you remember the Dr. Drew and what was it Adam show? Right? Wasn't it Dr. Drew and Adam?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Dr. Drew now has another show, I guess, where he speaks with detectives and stuff. So he's going over. Let me grab it, and then we'll go over it. But he talks about his addiction, and it's not him talk. He's interviewing like an expert about it, and he goes over his childhood and his addiction, and he goes over like the Manson family and BTK and Golden State
Girl, play
Killer.
it.
All
I
right,
love SKs.
yeah, I'm taking too much time, but I'll
I'm
pause
so
it.
ready for
No, no,
this.
no, no, no. I wasn't rushing you. I was encouraging you. Like you have our support.
Okay, all right. Oh wow, 8 cats, 8 kitties. That I have 2 that I take care of outside, and then I have my own. But
Yeah,
8, wow.
they were getting rained on, and she built her cats that are outside, that are strays, a house. In the middle of all of
Oh
that
my
rain in
goodness.
California, she was building that kitty a house. And it wasn't a shabby little house either. It had really good shelter.
Yeah.
I was impressed. Somebody that loves animals that much is somebody that I want to be around.
Thank
Oh
you,
yes.
Lacey.
I love animals too. Valerie, do you mind if I say hi to a couple people?
Say
I,
hi to
sorry, I
everyone.
think that you
I
have a
put the
super chat
video.
or something like that.
I was just gonna quickly say hi to Tad Russell, TJ Talks, Lex Luthor, Jay War, Misfit, all of y'all. They need their little shout outs. We love y'all.
And
Yeah, I'm getting the video, so take you guys.
Valerie Crane Hill.
Oh my God, Creighton Hill. Wait, let me see. Thank you so much for the super sticker. You guys have been so kind tonight. I guess no sleep is great. So thank you. I need to not sleep more often. Thank you, thank you,
Well,
thank you.
do you want to see what I look like? I'm running on like 2 hours of sleep.
That's
Like, it's bad.
completely up to you.
Oh, I'll show you. I don't care.
Oh my
Like,
God,
it's
you're
bad.
gonna do it?
You're in the dark. You look beautiful in
It's
the
dark.
dark.
Let me see.
That's me. I got big hair right now. That's like it's cat hair.
I can't even see you, so you look great. I don't think the chat can see you either.
Hello.
Hello, Lady B.
I haven't even brushed my hair, guys.
Oh, you guys are very. No. I'm not. Mm-mm.
I was gonna say, me and Liza, we're not as brave right now.
No, I'm not as brave. I need makeup, baby.
Well, Detective John says he'll take any hair now.
That's awesome.
Okay, let's go with the video before
Okay.
somebody kills.
Okay. Let me grab it. One moment.
Elevator music.
What I like most.
Are you doing the share screen, Valerie?
Yeah.
Okay. How's your computer working out for you?
Good. I love it. So
Yay.
I'm so happy I got this one.
I'm so happy for you too. I bet that's a relief.
Yes. I was so worried before. Oh, I'm having issues. Hold on.
Oh, while you're having issues, I'm going to tell you guys something funny in relations to me having not brushed my hair. So it'll be in the middle of the night, and I'm sitting here like, half delusional, and I will go on TikTok, and I love the TikTok filters. So I do all the pretty ones and all of that. I'm like, oh, I look so good. And then, and then and I don't hardly get any response. And then I did like that caveman one, where he's singing, look at this face, and all of that. And it's got like a Neanderthal face on it. And I get more hits on that stupid stuff. Or like if I have no makeup on, I haven't brushed my hair or anything, and then you do those filters where it morphs from you into something else,
Mm-hmm.
and I get more guys hitting on me, and I'm like, dude, I'm old enough to be your mom, and can you see that I really am not all of that? I mean, please
Oh,
wait till
you're
I use a
gorgeous,
makeup
Lady
filter.
V. You're gorgeous.
I'm like, wait till I use a makeup filter. But I get more hits on the ugly ones. I'm like, what's up with that?
I know, but you look gorgeous. You do. Is this the
Wow.
video, Valerie?
Yeah. Wow, Crane Hill, you go many days without sleep. You work 2 jobs and homeschool. That's amazing. I thank you for being here. Wow, you need some sleep though.
Well,
Wow.
sometimes this is everybody's escape and therapy.
That is true. Yes, that's definitely true.
It's
And
mine.
it's mine too. Like, I love
Yeah.
this community and these people, and I just love going from chat to chat and seeing everybody and just, advocating for the victims and justice for them and their families.
Yeah.
Yeah. And learning. I learned a lot about everybody in chat and the panels, different points of view. I love it.
Yeah, and I think, you know what? There's times on YouTube that I think some people need to be reminded why they got into it in the first place and not worry about, if you love what you do, this is my point. If you love what you do, it will show, and the clicks and the likes will come to you.
Yeah.
If you lose track of why you started it in the first place and all you think about are the clicks and views, then it shows. I have watched around a lot in the last month or so, and I can tell the difference between people that are still passionate and people that are just doing it, for the clicks
Yeah.
and views.
Did
Anyway,
you
that's my
see?
opera.
Oh, I agree. Did you see Eminence's comment? I'm just praying for you, Eminence. I'm sorry.
I didn't see it.
I wouldn't read out loud. Just pray for him.
Oh,
I'm so sorry to hear that.
my
Yeah.
heart's
You guys could
broken.
put prayer hands in the chat.
Please, yes.
Oh, that breaks
This
my
is a
heart.
community of people that, we probably are all somewhat impasse and have understanding or loss, and we're here
Yeah,
for you.
I'm sure everyone in here with either family or friends has lost someone. So,
That's why we all care so much. We know how it feels,
yeah, I'm so sorry about that, Eminence.
I'm too. That made me almost cry. I got goosebumps, Eminence.
Yeah, I'm not gonna play that video. I think with Kaylee's friend, that it's too upsetting. But here, I will play this one right now. But yeah,
Okay.
thank you for putting up the prayer hands, everyone.
Thank you, Valerie.
The one in chat, if you can hear it, and I may fast forward it because it is so long. So yeah, and I will have to pause it though because I don't want Dr. Drew striking me. But that would be kind of cool if he struck me, right?
Yeah, that means he saw you, huh?
Yeah.
Is this on his page?
I just saw it recommended, like, when I was searching just different
Okay,
things on YouTube, I found it.
I'll drop his link, Valerie.
Okay, great. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Yep. I don't really know a lot of anything when it comes to psychology or political science. I had to learn all that stuff separately. First and foremost, what we see with this guy is that that night when he did these brutal killings, it was very fast. Very fast. He got in there, and I think there was some turmoil going in there with the one girl who just gotten a DoorDash and the other girl who recognized him. And he did what any predator that's not on the highest hierarchy of predators, he got out of there as fast as he could. When things didn't go his way, or up to the point where things didn't go his way, he was killing. But then when he was discovered, he got out of there. And so his behavior before shows us kind of his mindset. And then afterwards, I think he was having a oh crap moment where he realized he left his knife sheath behind. And then he was trying to change the license plates on his car. And then he got out of there with his dad. I think he was really starting to realize that he was in a really bad situation. He was going to get caught probably.
So I got a bunch of questions. First, I'm going to clarify what you meant by the highest hierarchy of killer. That's
Right.
not something I'm familiar with. What is that hierarchy?
So that's something that I came up with because in the book I talk about predators, and if you look at a lion, and a lion has just killed something, and you disturb that lion, it is going to look at you and either come at you or it's just going to stand its ground. But if, like I live in Arizona, so if you see coyotes and they're killing something, you come up on them with a flashlight, they're probably going to scamper away. Or if you see a child who goes in and is told not to get cookies out of a cookie jar, and they're in there and they get caught, they're going to deny it. They'll lie right to you, So I think there's a hierarchy of this predatory scale. This is my own scale of how these predators react. And a good example of that, if there was in New York City, it was about 6 months ago, I believe, there was an FDNY lieutenant, I think she was female, coming out of a deli, and a guy knocks her down on the ground, jumps on her and stabs her. There's people walking up, cars driving up. He looks at him just like the lion and just keeps stabbing her until he's done, and then he leaves. So you see a difference here between somebody who doesn't want to get caught and somebody who either wants to get caught or doesn't care. And so in the case with mass shooters as well, they will stand their ground and end up killing themselves because they want to be seen. They want to be seen as dominant. This guy wants to be seen as dominant, but he wants to be seen in secret over the people that he can be dominant. And then if he gets caught, he's out of there.
And there were, in addition to the odd behavior at the bars, I heard that he, in class, was someone who generally.
Okay, I think I skipped that part. So it said about, and you guys probably had already heard about that. So you heard how, like,
Valerie,
yeah,
sorry.
can you hear me?
He said, yes, but he said, girl who recognized him.
Yeah, I wrote that in the chat. I wrote a comment saying, girl who recognized him, ? I think he meant Dylan. I wrote DM. I think he meant DM saw him. I'm pretty sure that's what he meant.
Well, but what if DM recognized him and he freaked out? Then she's the star witness.
Yeah, I did write. Let me hear. I'll see if I can find that comment where I put.
I'm sorry, I was looking for some cable.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, but yeah, I noticed that too. As soon as where they said that DM recognized him. I mean, not DM. That the person recognized him. So let me.
It have to be DM.
Oh, right here. Yeah. So I said recognized him. I think he meant DM saw him. But if it was really recognized him, then
why he didn't kill? Why he didn't unalive her?
Unless they were not on bad terms. I mean, but now this is all speculative. It's just based on what he just said. And they're both have their eyes closed.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Because if somebody recognized you and he had done all these horrible things, why he didn't continue?
I have no idea. What do you guys think, Shay and Lady V? Do you think that he just misspoke there, or do you think he accidentally slipped up?
I don't know. I kind of want to think it's a flub.
Okay.
Yeah, I do too, but
but
I'm
you
in the
never
same
know.
boat
Like,
as Shay.
yeah, like I'm more so leaning that it's a mistake. I feel like he would be more controlled in withholding information. I think where he would have less control if it's just like a speech flub, because they're trained in that in FBI, you know?
So Susanna said, do you think law enforcement has her in witness protection, even though BK is in custody? I think she's at, I mean, there was supposedly a picture of her which looked nothing like her, but she's supposedly with her family.
I don't think that's her.
I
Like I
don't think
said, that
that's
may
her
be a
either.
sister.
That's what
I
I was gonna
don't think
say.
it's her either.
It looks nothing like her unless she got a makeover and all of that, which I mean, I could see doing that, but
Plastic surgery.
Yeah.
yeah, but I mean, yeah, it looked nothing like her, but I mean, I think she's probably with family, but I don't know. Do you guys think she's in witness protection right now?
Well, she could be both. She could be with her
Mm-hmm.
family, but having people keep an eye out for security for her.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah. Oh, and I paused it because he was bringing up at the bar. So I guess I fast forwarded that in the beginning. But you guys might have already heard this before on other channels. So bars were already warned, like when they scanned Brian's driver's license, it would come up like that he was a creep to girls. Did you guys
What?
know that? Yeah. Now
Yeah.
I might have to rewind the video. Let me look on the transcript of what minute it says that. But here, let me start
Okay.
playing it, and then because here I'll rewind it a little. But let me
Valerie,
find out what was that?
I was gonna say, while you rewind it, we're just to confirm, when you were talking about Kaylee's Friends interview, is that the Good Morning America clip?
Yeah, where she starts
Okay.
crying.
Yeah. Would you be okay if I drop it in chat for Lex Luthor?
I could play it then, or should I?
It's up to you. They were asking, but I know we were watching this, but I didn't know if I could drop it if you were gonna get off soon. But I'm awake. I'm all yours.
I mean, if you want to drop a bit, I mean, I could play it. It's just so sad. So, I mean, it'd probably be better if I played it and then played this so that we can get off, so we don't
Yeah.
end on a sad note.
Yeah,
All
why
right.
don't you do that? That'd
Sorry.
be
Okay. Sorry. We're all over the place. Or not me. Sorry. I'm all over the place. But yeah, it's a good idea that since this is so sad and I don't want to end it on such a sad note, that I show this now. But it's just a little short clip. It's not the full interview. Because the full interview's on 2020. You haven't seen the full one, right, Shay?
I have not, and I'm sorry if I threw a wrench in your plans, Valerie. I'm deeply
Not
sorry.
at all. No. Sorry, chat, if you're like, what's going on? But yeah, so this is just a very, very short clip of an interview with Kaylee's good friend.
Hey, while we're waiting on her, Eminence wrote a book called Diablos, Murder or the S Word. It says it out, SUI. He wrote the book to help with it when he was 15.
What?
Yeah.
We'll have to go check that out. Really?
Yeah. It says Diablos, Murder or SUSIDE.
Yeah.
Is a book I wrote to help with it. It was when I was 15. So
For
I
his
don't.
coping.
You didn't. I think at first I thought it sounded like you wrote it at 15, but I think it happened when he was 15 and he wrote a book about it. Is that right, Eminence? Oh, last year. How old are you now? I feel like I'm on a Ouija board or something. You're waiting for the answer. Yeah.
That's gonna be one of my like a Ouija board type thing is gonna be one of my little emoji things for the membership things. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. Okay. So I have it ready. Let me know. Press 1 if you can hear it once I start playing it.
No.
Welcome back, everyone, to GMA 3. Tonight, on a special edition of 2020, ABC News investigates the University of Idaho stabbings that have shocked the country. The report will feature exclusive interviews with friends and loved ones of the victims. And here's the sneak peek.
And we're like, okay, it's an accident. Let's not panic, you know. And I remember texting Kaylee. Seeing if she was okay. And she obviously didn't ever respond because it was in the morning.
Let's bring in someone now who has really been tracking this from the very beginning, ABC News correspondent Kana Whitworth. So let's talk about the suspect, Brian Kohberger. We have learned he was working towards his doctorate in criminology at Washington State University at the time of these murders. What else have you learned about Kohberger and the evidence that they have against him?
All right, so as this is starting to spill out here, really, we learned a lot in this probable cause affidavit when it was released. Mainly, we learned that the prosecution says they found his DNA at the crime scene.
So that was basically that's all you saw, Shay, right?
Yes, sorry. It wouldn't let me take myself off mute. Yes.
Okay, yeah, the first time I saw that was just, it still is obviously super heartbreaking, but the first time I saw that I was just I'm gonna, when I see that first, the full interview, I'm not prepared to see that full interview.
That would be really difficult. And
Did you see? Have you seen the full thing or not?
Hello, good morning or good evening. I don't know what time if you're just waking up or not, haven't gone to bed yet. We all haven't gone to bed yet.
Miss Melissa J just came into chat.
Yes, that's what I was saying hello to.
Oh, cool.
Good morning.
Yeah, Valerie, did you? You have seen just that part of the interview?
Yeah, that's all I've seen so far. I don't know if anyone else has seen the full thing yet, but that's all I've seen so far.
I have not, but I have learned the hard way. I cannot share screen and try to air off of Hulu Live. We've tried that before. Does not work.
Yeah, that didn't work out very good.
No, it did not. Lessons learned. Moving on.
Okay, so let me get back to that. I have to see what part it is where they bring up the bar, because I think I went past that, but I'll get back to where I was.
I'm super interested in this, Valerie. I have not heard this Dr. Drew one. Like, I would listen to the whole thing. I'm just fascinated. I love him.
We'll be here all night if I do that. I don't know if I should.
Is this
do what you want to do. It's your channel.
Honey, I mean, people will stay if they want to stay. If they need to go, they can go.
That's
more
true.
coming in.
Yeah,
that's true. Okay, all right. Let me see. How many minutes am I at?
I mean, we still have 157 people in here, 91 likes, and maybe we can get that up, y'all.
No. All right, okay, so he brings it up right here, but let me see.
Oh, you just got another view now. That 158.
Get cookies out of a cookie jar, and they're in there and they get caught. They're going to deny it. They'll lie right to you, you know. So I think there's a hierarchy of this predatory scale. This is my own scale of how these predators react. And a good example of that, if there was in New York City a couple of about 6 months ago, I believe, there was an FDNY lieutenant, I think she was female, coming out of a deli, and a guy knocks her down on the ground, jumps on her and stabs her. There's people walking up, cars driving up. He looks at him just like the lion and just keeps stabbing her until he's done, and then he leaves. So you see a difference here between somebody who doesn't want to get caught and somebody who either wants to get caught or doesn't care. And so in the case with mass shooters as well, they will stand their ground and end up killing themselves because they want to be seen. They want to be seen as dominant. This guy wants to be seen as dominant, but he wants to be seen in secret over the people that he can be dominant. And then if he gets caught, he's out of there.
And there were, in addition to the odd behavior at the bars, I heard that he
So you heard that there. Now I need you heard the odd behavior at the bars, right?
Yes,
Okay,
I
but
was.
no, there is a part where he talks about how at the bars when they would check his ID, it would show up like a warning, this guy's a creep. So I need to find out where in in the episode, I need to look at the transcript to see what part that they show it, if it was before this part or after, because I started it like a couple minutes into it. I think they already talked about it, but let me look. I'll keep playing.
That is creepy.
I know.
Yeah, they put, yeah, he's a creeper.
Exactly.
In another channel, I heard that that wasn't true, and now I hear, and I believe this guy. I like him, Dr. Drew. And I
In
have.
class with someone who
Go ahead, baby.
generally was sort of intrusive and asked a lot of questions, except about the Idaho murders when that came up in the classroom. I saw that. And then number two, that people reported him seeing less uptight after the murders, like calmer. Is that something usual from guys like this?
Yes, because he is. So here's the dilemma that he's in right now. I think he realized that there's a chance he could get caught. He knows that the girl saw him, and so he's worried about that. But at the same time, he is satiated, and once that satiation occurs, I guess it would be the same. I'm trying to think of what I could use as an example, but if you wanted something, I think drug addicts probably go through this a lot, where they crave the drug. They know it's bad for them. And then when they actually get their fix, then there's a couple of moments, a moment where they get the high, a moment where they probably feel somewhat bad about what they did. And then after that, they reflect on that satiation. And that's what leads them to doing it again, is that they on how good that was. And I think in a lot of ways, these psychopathic, narcissistic, Machiavellian types of people, he's probably totally satiated and fixated on that at the same time where you and I would be losing it because we got caught. This guy, that's kind of in the background of his worry. He's maneuvering because he knows that doing something wrong will get him in trouble, but it's not ethically based. It's whether or not he can continue to do the things that he wants.
You mentioned drugs here, and we know that he had a history with heroin, which I find weird. I've never seen drug addicts, so I've never known a drug addict to engage in this kind of behavior. Do you think, I'm just wondering what the relationship is between obviously meth addicts will do crazy things and kill people, but that's in sort of an impulsive manic state. But I don't see the cold-blooded Machiavellianism associated with drug addiction per se, or am I just not getting exposed to that?
No, I don't really see that either. And I don't think that this was related to his drug addiction. I think his drug addiction was related to what happened to him when he was young. It appears that, he's obviously got parents, because his dad drove all the way to flew to Washington State, got in a vehicle that he knows, unless he lives in a cave, that law enforcement is looking for 15 minutes from where these murders occurred. And still got in the car and drove with him back to Washington State. Doting parents, if you take a person who's very, very bright and you have parents that dote on them, and then they have this other traumatic experience, like he was fat and he was bullied and these types of things happened. I think the heroin addiction probably came from him dealing with these types of things, but the heroin addiction was just a temporary fix. And I think somewhere along the way, he had this deviation where killing or dominating and some type of thing was coming out. As he lost weight, that got more and more profound in his life. And that's why I don't think that drugs would really solve his issue. He may get a high out of it, but his desire is domination and potentially to kill. And I think that goes what you see with a lot of these serial killers. They've had substance abuse problems, but I think we found one thing that does not, that heroin can't fix, or can't give you enough of a
Right.
high, which is taking a
Right.
human life. And if that's your desire, you're going to eventually do that.
That I don't, in my world, I don't deal with criminals. So this is always in the criminality is correct me if I'm wrong, but I experience at least as a separate phenomenon from mental health issues. They cross over, they coexist together, but criminality per se has its own sort of logic to it, let's say, or own good experience associated with it. And do we think, other than character problems, personality disorders, dark triad, do we think there's anything else going on with this guy? You said trauma, like something happened in childhood. It makes me wonder if some of this dominating kinds of behavior is really directed towards women, and the men just get taken out incidentally.
That could be, but I will say this one thing about, I always tell people when they have a hard time perceiving the way that this individual thinks and kind of getting in that mindset. So we'll take
Hey,
your
Valerie.
specialty. You deal a lot with people with drugs, where you talk to other people and they say, how could somebody do a drug?
Sorry, I wanted to pause it. What's up?
I was just gonna ask if you could check back chat when you get a quick chance.
Okay. And I was
How
gonna
did-
say, I don't know, have there been any killers that we've heard of that have been heroin addicts? I don't think so, right? Or H addicts?
Not SKs.
Yeah, I mean, when we hear about killers, usually they're on amphetamines or something like that. Not that he was on H when he was doing the killing that we know of or anything, but usually you don't hear about that being something that was in their past. But I'm looking at it right
Yeah,
now.
is he saying this was in his past, or are they alluding to the fact that maybe they think he's still doing it? Because when that thing was on Britney's, remember it said that the security guard that was with him, with Brian, they were slicing the C Coca-Cola and with that knife, and then Brian left, and that's how the knife got in there. So are these guys saying they think he's on it now? I've listened to this, I don't know, 4 or 5 times at least, and I can't figure out whether they're alluding to his past or whether they're alluding to that they think he's doing them now, because I don't see him doing it now. But that would explain why he was so stupid about taking his phone and stuff if he was.
I don't know, because the Machiavellism, sorry, I cannot pronounce that one, makes him to be calculated and to prepare everything that he does.
Right.
And not to be, no, not even to, he doesn't even know what empathy may feel. Never,
Right.
ever.
No, I totally understand that, but normally,
don't you think that that's enough? I mean, it's
normally
so
these
awful.
people want to be in complete control of not just their prey but themselves as well. So that's why I'm thinking he wouldn't strike me as being on it now. But could it have, like I said earlier, it could have led him to do more stuff, because he, if he's getting involved in all of this crime sleuthing and all of this stuff while he's doing it, the H, then, that can mess up your brain and cause you to say, and start thinking about things, and which is what they basically just said. Drugs didn't make him do this. He took D's to not do it. That's not how I meant it. What they just said.
I don't see him doing them. If he did it, if you said that he did it before to calm down, that's what you mean?
Yeah, a lot of times that's what they want, is they want to just kind of calm down a bit. But what they just said, and I may have to paraphrase it because I'll tell y'all later. Anyway, what they were saying is the drugs didn't make him do it. The drugs were trying to help him keep from doing it.
if anyone else wanted to come up, I put the StreamYard link in. I don't know if I was on mute. I said if anyone else wanted to come up, I put the StreamYard link in. I think one more person could come up. I think that's with the what I pay for. I think it could only be 5 total.
Well, I can always jump off if more
Oh
want
no,
to
I
come.
want you up here.
Okay.
Yeah, but okay.
Okay, my pleasure.
Yes. No, I want you up here. Let me finish playing this for right now, unless we end up getting other stuff. But yeah.
I can go down, honey.
No, Liza.
If somebody let's see if you have somebody in the list, then
Well,
I
just
will.
let her try to add whoever comes up, and if it works, it works. If it
Yeah.
doesn't, one of us can
Yeah,
drop
we
down.
don't go.
But first, I
Exactly.
have to say hello, El Guapo.
Oh, hi, El Guapo.
I can't hardly
Where's
say
El
his name.
Guapo? Oh, hey, El Guapo. I saw you earlier, and you did an awesome presentation.
He's his
Nap
first time
time.
subscriber. He just subscribed.
I saw all the
subscribed to
girls
the
were.
team.
Oh yeah, I needed.
Woohoo.
Yeah, I saw all the girls were swooning over you.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
gonna. Can I drop his link?
Yeah, for sure.
I
You
told
did
him to
awesome,
back
El
off,
Guapo.
but I did tell them, El Guapo, that you are mine, so they had better back off.
Okay, all right. I'm having bad flashbacks of possession. Let's not do that. Nobody's anybody's.
Oh God.
Y'all do what y'all want to do.
He said, "I'm married."
And he said that they were drunk, that the girls were drunk. No.
No, he was drunk when he said it.
Okay, we are going to.
Hi.
Hey.
Hey, Jay.
Hi, I thought I'd come on for a little while towards the end.
Jay.
Okay, all right. Let me finish playing some of this. I thought we were but never mind. Let me finish playing some of this.
Oops. Okay, well,
To the point that it ruins their lives or makes their teeth fall out or causes huge sores on their body, but yet they're still using a needle to shoot up between their toes. I mean, a lot of people would be like, how can you do that? You know, but I think when, you know, when you put yourself in their position, drug addicts, a lot of the times are trying to escape something, or they're just having a good time partying and they get stuck in that, that lethal, free fall of behavior and chemical addiction. I think with this guy, and we see this with Jeffrey Dahmer, we see this with Ted Bundy, with a lot of these people, is that it may not be that easy to pinpoint where that switch was. Whereas with a drug addict, we can go back and say, well, you know, they had a terrible relationship with their father, were raped when they were a child, and they got introduced at one point where they got introduced to a drug, and boom, we can trace the addiction back to that. The problem is the, you know, the rape. But with these people, a lot of the times, I think they just have a predatory nature, and when you get the mix of all these things just right, it's just a darker desire. It's not so much of an addiction as it is their physical desire. I like women. The guy likes to kill women. I mean, so that becomes his. Some people it's sexual, some people it is just pure domination, and it kind of replaces that sexual urge.
Liza, was it you that brought it up? I don't know if it was you or not, but how with this, it wasn't sexual, that it was just domination?
As far as we know, because we don't know if he did something in the rooms, but I don't think, first, I really don't think that he's an incel.
Neither do I.
I think that I met people like very close to how he looks. I don't know if he's guilty or not. I'm not jury, or I don't have any, but I met guys that are incredibly smart, they don't have a lot of social graces, okay? And he's not bad looking, and girls will try to have a relationship with them. The problem is that they don't know how to do a relationship, and but they go to the point they are not incels.
Yeah, but Liza, it's not whether they can do that or not physically with another partner. That's not what makes you an incel. At Ted Bundy, he could do it. I mean, he'd have S with whomever he wanted. He still considered himself an incel because of what he thought about himself in his brain. That's what makes the incel, not that they don't do the act. It's that it's a mentality, a mindset that they have about themselves. And when we read that post, that one where he was like, going on and on and on about being detached and being mean and all of this stuff, that's a perfect snapshot into an incel's mind, the way they think.
Then even this is a question. Then even if they think that they are not good enough for that, they still have the notion of grandiosity.
Exactly.
Yeah, they do.
So the part that I agree with you there. It's like I think people get obsessed with the fact that the word incel means involuntarily celibate. So, I just think he hated women. Because I think he wanted to be this big guy who got loads of women. He probably got some women, but just not as many as he wanted to.
How much women? Okay, fine. I'm not gonna ask a stupid
To
question.
feed his ego, I suppose. To feed his and he got resentful for that, and because he's got such a fragile ego, I guess those rejections built up over time, and I think that's what started that kind of devious behavior or exposed him that he was into that sort of thing.
Yeah. Let's see. Alley Cat wants to know, involuntary celibate, really, Bundy? Actually, Alley Cat, I'm just going to say Alley Cat. Actually, yeah, that's really where the term incel comes from, is from Ted Bundy. He described it himself.
Yeah, I actually pulled up an article. It was the first live that I did about Ted Bundy being the first incel, and I was like, I know that sounds so weird because he got all like that girls loved him, thought that he was so charming, so handsome, even though I never saw him that way at all.
Yeah.
But he hated women and everything, and he still didn't get into the law school that he wanted, the like love of his life. Apparently, I don't know if he had a love, like if he could.
Well,
actually love.
he was engaged to her.
I've always wondered that.
They were engaged, and she left him basically at the altar, so to speak.
Exactly. So the one girl that there was another, but that one girl that she left him, so he had a hatred towards women that looked like her.
Yeah.
So that
hold on just a second, Valerie.
Okay.
This is real quick. This is what happened, guys. So he had this girl. He was engaged to this girl. This girl dropped him. He moved. He met another girl that was his girlfriend. But he went back to the college where that first one was. And he, even though he was in a relationship with this other girl, he fired up a relationship with his old flame. They got engaged, and he left her just to hurt her. And that's why all the women look like that lady, is because that's the one that he hurt. And then when he hurt her back, apparently she didn't get hurt enough. So he kept K-ing her basically over and over and over again. Anybody that looked like her.
Yeah, and I could bring up a picture again of all his different victims and what they look like, and they had a lot of similarities to this. I would say Brian's victims, alleged victims. So to the killer's victims at 1122 King Street, like there's a similarities with them too. And I could show that, since there are new people, I'll show that interview with the Ted Bundy victim at the end also. But let me
really appreciate that.
Yeah, just so you don't have to rewatch the whole thing, and it's just a short clip. But let me finish this or try to get through some of it.
Yeah, see, so as she's getting this ready, so it doesn't matter if they can perform the act or not. It's
So
how
in
their
other words,
brain
they're
works.
incapable of love, is what you're trying to say? Because they are.
It's maybe, I don't know. I
I
mean,
think it's the chemical imbalance that makes, because I think that they get those emotions from the sadistic things, and so that
well, yeah,
when
that's why
they're
the knife
supposed to
can.
feel those things towards like love and family and things like that, they just feel very hollow and empty. So they don't. It's an act to them, I suppose, a means to an end.
Yeah, sure, but that's why the knife can replace that urge. It
I think
replaces
obviously,
it.
they probably get more of a kick out of doing that than they would sex. So logic
Right.
would suggest they'd do it more than sex and other things, other
Yeah, I know
ordinary
what you mean.
things.
I know the Green River Killer. I think that's who it is. Well, this has happened with several people, but where they have killed women and went back and had sexual relations with their dead and decomposing bodies because they could relive. It wasn't as much as the sex as it was the domination. And I think what we'll see with this guy is when they get into the interviewing and interrogating, if he decides to confess so that he can get a plea or something like that, you're going to start to see a guy that plays games with law enforcement, and then he starts to relive what he did through this whole fame game. And I foresee that happening quite potentially.
That's frightening.
Yeah, it's wild. And you also suggest that he has done this before.
I would think, I don't know of any. I mean, I can think back on a few people, maybe the Mansons. There might have been one or two people in there, that whole Manson group, that had never really killed before, and then that one night they killed, several people. So these instances do happen, but typically when
That's something I actually spoke with Melissa Jade about, was the Manson family. Yeah, you should have came up because we spoke about that on her channel. But yeah, so I told you guys that Liza and Lady V, that it was going to talk about the Manson family. So they talked about how they weren't really killers before that, and here then they did a lot. Like all of a sudden they went from 0 to 7. So in this particular case and in the Manson family, they did that then, unless there was killings that they didn't know about, which back then it would have been a lot easier to get away with killings.
Especially they were living in the middle of nowhere as well, and drifters were coming by the ranch all the time. People who were, on the dregs of society, who, if they went missing, it wouldn't have been noticed, or really sadly, no one would really care.
Yeah, at Spawn Ranch.
Yeah,
there were
Spawn
so
Ranch,
many
yeah.
different people going there. So many different hippies.
I'd just like to say, Val, massive congratulations on the live tonight. I think from what I've seen already, you've done an amazing job. All the clip selection and everything.
Oh,
well done.
Thank you.
I
I'm
don't
glad
understand
that
how
you
you can
made it.
function so highly at such an early hour.
I function better late at night than I do during the day. I don't know about
I
all
get
of
my
you.
best ideas at this time as well, so it's always a valuable time to be awake, I think.
Yeah, and I agree. Manson is a whole different situation. TJ talks. I probably would have been the one to get on the VW bus. I would have been the hippie kid, definitely.
Talk about TJ Talks. I could talk about the Manson family forever.
So could I.
But
We
here,
should definitely talk about it one time next time you do a panel.
Yeah, me
you
too.
Consider maybe doing one.
Yeah, and I'm curious because I think he took little things of each killer that interested him. And I know
I agree.
I know this has been brought up before. I'm curious if he did leave any symbols. You know how they put Helter Skelter on the wall?
A calling card, yeah.
Yeah, and death to pigs.
Yeah.
I wonder if and they on the door they did also. Obviously they didn't do it. Obviously this killer didn't do it on the door because they said the door was open. But I wonder if inside the house, if there was anything written in blood or anything like that, or because or with the symbol, like the Zodiac killer had a symbol. And I know this has been brought up with other channels too, but I'm curious, do you think that he, oh wait, I see someone else. Hold on. I see another Samantha McClure. Is there any way, I know it's super late. I'm sure that you would never flash anything, but is there any way you could show? Okay, thank you. You could put, you don't have to, you're good. All right, thank you. I didn't know I could have another person up on the stream. I thought that I only could have a maximum of like 4 or 5 people.
I think you can have
Or 4
9,
people.
but
Oh,
keep it
I
low.
thought you had to pay like more money for that. Welcome, Samantha.
Hi, I'm not sure why I usually have a picture. I don't know. I need to figure out YouTube a little bit better. How are you guys?
Hello, good. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good.
I'm worried now because I thought that. Could you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Liza.
I thought that on a live-ins that happened in Idaho, the lady and the couple, well, this husband didn't survive, but the lady had 19 problems.
Yeah.
I thought that I don't know why I always thought I've been thinking he's connected with that, but then he will not fit the incel criteria. Because
talking about the Oregon,
yeah, the couple,
the Salem, Oregon.
yeah, yes, the couple, the couple have somebody in their house. Somebody went at 3 a.m. around that time. On a live, the husband, the wife had 19 wounds, but she survived, and the other person never encountered the unaliver. And then a school teacher, 61, I think.
You're talking about Sandra Ladd and then Travis and his wife, right? In Washington and Oregon?
Yes. Yeah. But then if he's an incel, he will not have anything to do with those people.
Can I say something? From the beginning I thought this was an SK situation and nobody agreed with me. And I said from the beginning that nobody would even know who this guy was. And turned out I was right.
I know the feeling, you know.
Yes, no, me and Lady V, like if you look at my past lives, it says like SK, like those were the ones, like that's what me and Lady V, we were definitely thinking that. So Samantha, like yeah,
me too,
that's what
but everybody will
I thought it as well.
But now
I am super thankful for you guys because a lot of people didn't think that way. And I felt alone and I was like, no, it's not a normal thing. This is definitely an SK thing. And I don't think it's an incel. I think it's a fantasy killing.
Yeah.
Sorry. I don't, yeah.
So do you think that one of them was the target?
I'm thinking that he probably came across a couple of them at one point, but I don't think he knew them. I think that he just came across them and wanted to do what he did.
I always lean towards it being Maddie Moore, that he'd encountered her and then that he started stalking her, basically.
Yeah, I think Maddie and Xana. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I agree with you, Maddie and Xana.
Yeah.
But I think he's had it in his mind for a very long time to do this too.
Oh, years, yeah.
I think that it will not have make a difference if it was Maddie, Sana, Kathy, or whatever. Even the friends that we saw at the beginning, he just wanted to hurt people and to get away with it. That's what I think.
The thing is, I think he's done it before.
So, you guys made me think of something that Killer Facts. I don't think Killer Facts is here anymore, and for some reason I'm echoing. I may have to go back out. But Killer Facts said, "Do you think the Dahmer documentary maybe made him interested in doing this or anything?" Or do you think, like, how premeditated do you think this was? And I'm gonna go out because I hear it echoing a ton.
Okay, Val.
Does somebody knows when the Dahmer documentary came out? Because I don't remember.
I don't think it had anything to do with it.
I think it's been a lot years before then that he'd been planning to do something like this. I think he had this scenario in his mind for years, and that had been a constant fantasy. And then over the last couple of months prior, he got sick of it, and it wasn't sufficing anymore, and he had to make it a reality.
I kind of agree with you, Jay. He went for what was it, psychology. He figured out something's wrong. He figured out half of us are half mad. Ooh, that was me. Hello.
You're good.
I'm fine.
Yeah.
Okay. And then he gets his master. By the time you go to the PhD program and you are a TA, you can do almost anything you want. Then I think by the time he was finishing his master, he was making up, okay, I know this unaliver did this wrong and this unaliver did this wrong. What if I do this, this, and that and get away with it?
Yeah, that's the craziest part though. Like, because if he was like that, then why the hell did he bring his car and his phone and leave the sheath? All these variables. So I guess it shows that he was either wanting to be caught or incredibly disorganized.
I think I don't know enough. I will try. I know a little bit about DNA. I have no clue about cell towers in rural area and AT&T, where some spots in that area you will not get it, period. But I think technically a technicality can get him out of this.
It's not impossible. It's happened before, so I just hope it doesn't.
What if he did all this? That's the only way, because if I'm going to, and I will never, because I don't even, but I like knives, okay? My husband have knives. I'm not bothered by knife. I'm not bothered by weapons. But if I'm going to use a knife, I will not leave my fingerprint exactly where he left it. It's like he almost put it in a frame.
This is what I think. If you guys want to listen to what I think,
go ahead.
Yeah, of course.
I think that he wasn't expecting everybody to be there that night.
Welcome back, Val.
Oh, hello. She's back.
Thank you. What did I miss? Oh my God, am I crackling again?
Just a little, not very much.
Yeah.
You sound beautiful, Valerie.
I unplugged the mic. Now I'm just out of the computer. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's better now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's great.
All right. I shouldn't have got a stupid mic.
Oh.
But it lights
I
up.
actually think your mic sounds really great, Valerie.
I thought it was crackling. I don't
It did a
know.
little bit earlier. You may have gotten some interference, but throughout most of the live, it's been really solid.
Okay, well, I'll
Hearing
just.
your beautiful voice, it's amazing.
Aw, thank you.
Oh,
I
you're
still
welcome.
don't have my full voice. Now I'm losing it as you say it. I still don't have my full voice back from being sick.
Yay. It went away for a little, didn't it?
Yeah. No, it's still not fully back.
Oh. Yeah, I
Yeah.
can't wait till it makes its full return. You'll have to do a special live for that.
Thank you. I will.
Are you going to sing to us, Valerie?
No, never.
Like, what about rapping like some Tupac or Biggie or?
Oh, maybe some Eminem. I know that's not gangster, but maybe
Eminem?
Eminem's still cool.
I'll sing. Yeah, I'll sing some Eminem or something, or like Andre. Do you know Andre Nicotina or Jedi Mind Tricks or something?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, or Atmosphere or something like that. And I hear the interference again, so maybe it's not me.
Let's
I
all
think-
mute for a second.
Hello.
Silence.
I think it's Jay's. Because I saw him bouncing with you.
All right, you got to go, Jay. I'm just kidding.
I know you were joking. I'm fine. I know. I don't think it was me.
I'm just messing. I don't know. We'll see. Let's just
Yeah,
roll
you're
with
just
it.
trying to throw me on the bus here, aren't you?
No, Jay. I actually loved your more
You know, I'm
murders
joking.
that
though,
you
I'm
did.
joking.
Did you see my comment?
What?
I commented on your more murders video. It's like one of
Oh
my
yeah,
favorites.
I did. Yeah, I was wondering what you were on about. What comment you meant? You know.
Yes,
Thank
I
you so
absolutely
much.
loved it.
Thank you so much, Elisa Renee. That's really kind of you.
That was really kind, Elisa.
Okay, so I do have a theory on like
I'd love
what
to hear.
happened. Sure. So I think that he went in not knowing that many people were going to be there. He legitimately didn't know that many people were going to be there. I think his targets were, in my opinion, Maddie and Xana. I don't think he expected Kaylee to be there. He didn't expect Ethan to be there at all. I don't think this was planned to be a 4 murder thing. And the reason why I think that, this guy, look at him. I mean, just look at him. This guy isn't a mastermind. He's not gonna.
He's not gonna what?
He's not. I don't think he was already like into all of this. He might have done it once, but I think it was it was planned, but it wasn't planned well. Do you know what I'm saying? I think a lot of people caught him off guard while he was. Yeah, I don't think he intended to kill all 4 people that were there.
Yeah.
That's
I could
why,
see that.
Yeah, that's why he left his sheath there.
See, I'm probably the world's worst to theorize with because I love every theory. Like I just want to play with it, debunk it, like see if it works. Like that's how my mind works. So I'm all on board. I got like my tinfoil hat here. Like I'm beaming everywhere with everybody.
Oh, me too.
Same here. I think that's the best way to be when you investigate. You know, you can't leave anything off the table.
Yeah. TJ says he knew there were 5 cars in the drive. Yep. Well, 4, right? No, 5. No, Dylan didn't have a car. Yeah, so 5. Yeah.
That's
right.
right.
Wow, good at debunking. Sorry, Valerie. Go ahead.
I'm still trying to figure out because I hear the noise when I'm on mute, but then I don't know. I'm just still trying to figure out, and my mic is unplugged, but I still hear it. So I don't know, maybe I should end it.
No, we don't hear it.
But you've done a great job.
No,
even if you
you're
did want
good.
to.
You're good.
But you'll be fine, Val.
We'll all put ourselves on mute when you talk, Valerie.
Yes.
Oh, well, I have nothing super important to say at this moment, so let me just start playing the video then. Okay.
Do it.
All right.
We love you, Val.
Love you,
Love
Val.
you guys. And I heard the sound again and I was on mute. So I don't know. I think that the stream is just like maybe telling me to stop. But let me play this.
No, it's not. It's just technical problems.
Yeah, it's okay. Just for anybody on panel, just make sure you don't have YouTube playing in the background. Like, close it out.
Allie said,
What do you mean?
yeah,
Well, hold on. What do you mean close it out?
that if so you only have StreamYard up, right? Is that
Yeah,
what you
like if
Yeah,
people are playing their YouTube app and they're on StreamYard, it will echo and have interference.
So if I'm on this phone on panel, I can't use my other phone for chat?
Well,
Yeah, you
have to have
can.
the
It's different
volume down.
devices.
Oh, okay. I got you. All right.
But make sure the volume's down on the other one.
It is. I just wanted to be sure I was right.
Okay, so Allie Cattails, and by the way, beautiful cat, I love the blue eyes, said, what if this is like a Manson thing? So yeah, I think he took things, since he studied serial killers, I think he took things he liked from each killer that do you guys get what I'm saying? Like I
I
think
completely felt the same. You
yeah.
know, that was his way of paying homage or tribute to them. You know, that in his own sick way, I think.
And maybe there's something that he did that's going to be known as his own thing.
Yeah.
And you guys, he's going to make sure this trial goes all the way, by the way.
Oh, absolutely. He wants the spotlight more than anything.
Yep.
I completely agree, and I've been saying that too. Is I thought that he was studying different SKs and getting kind of like their little signatures, but also finding his own. I think he's morbidly fascinated with it to the degree of letting like the darkness creep in, you know.
And I think that's why Liza said, you know, he is aspiring to it in some ways as well.
Just get ready for a very long trial because this guy is not going to let it go. He will not plead guilty. He is going to let it go. He's going to try to get off, and it's going to be it's going to be miserable for all the families and everything. This guy is evil.
Oh, I agree completely. And I would think he would want to have this be a long, drawn out trial.
For attention and to put them through as much agony as possible for them to have
Exactly.
to hear all the details. He'd revel in that. That's sicko.
Yeah, and he would enjoy going through because it's him reliving it too.
Absolutely, and he's reliving it in a public setting. It's all really real to him, you know. It's also a chance, like I think me and you have discussed before, Val, about him maybe thinking that if he can get off, that would also be a massive ego boost because he knows he did it, you know. But then he can in his mind that's him getting one over the system and being better than the system, you know. So
it's more like him getting one over on Ted Bundy. Hey, I'm going to drop down if you let me back up. Somebody's saying that they're hearing it when I come up.
Okay, yeah, definitely. Oh, now I totally lost my train of thought of what I was going to say. But if he doesn't get out, I agree. Oh, now I'm hearing it again. Oh my gosh, maybe I should go out.
Oh.
I'm going to go out too. If it's still, now I don't hear it.
It's fine now, Val.
I bet it won't be. Okay, no, it's okay right now.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Now I need to remember what I was going to say though. But it's getting too late. Let me wait for Lady V to come back. But
I think it's Samantha. Samantha, do you mind muting yours, hon? Sorry.
Yeah, I'll mute.
Okay. It's just the weird audio. It's nothing you're doing wrong. It's just StreamYard.
Sorry about that. Okay. All right. Yeah. Now it's for the moment. It sounds good, but I probably will echo. Oh, she needs the link. Okay. One moment, Lady V.
I got it, Valerie. Go
Can you
ahead
all
and move
hear
on,
my
babe.
cat in the background?
It's okay. Oh, and then I saw that Melissa said that I could have 6 people on. So I have if anyone else wants to come up before I end it, you're welcome to come up.
Yeah, and I can rotate down.
You've done a great job, Val.
Before that I dropped
Hey,
down
Lady V. Nice to see you again.
Hi, Lady
Hey,
V.
did you just say, do you drop the link for anybody who wants to come up?
Yeah. So I don't know if she meant that I could have 6 people up or 6 total in the panel.
I think it's 6 until you pay, I think. Then
Oh,
you can
El
have
Guapo.
unlimited.
All right, El
Well,
Guapo.
I will drop down in a second, but I wanted to tell you guys that I've been talking to Xana's dad, and I've been trying to just, I don't know, I just feel so bad, and
I do too. He's so sweet. He looks so lonely.
yeah, I've
I
talked
couldn't
to him.
imagine.
I've asked him to, just tell me stories about Xana and stuff, and he keeps responding to me, and I just wanted to let you guys know that, he's hurting really bad, and just by me responding to him, he said that he was just glad that somebody cares.
Wow, that's heartbreaking.
Yeah,
People do care, and it's so unfortunate. Like I know we're interested in everything that's going on with the suspect, but like I'm not giving up on like what the focus is and the justice for the victims.
Absolutely. The healing for them, the justice for them and
That's
the
what
families,
I said that the focus should be on the victims and not this asshole.
Yeah,
You
when
know?
they make the movie, I hope they make it about the victims and not about him.
Yeah, and I am, and I've been talking to him, and it takes about he responds about it every week or so to me, but
Yeah.
it's hard, and
Must be it's a world of hell I wouldn't ever wish on anyone, you know what I mean? It's so wrong to have to bury your own.
it is the complete nightmare that you would never ever,
And in such horrific circumstances as well. Like I just don't know. I don't even want to have to think about it,
Can I ask, does anybody have a little kitten?
It's mine.
I heard the kitten crying.
I'll tell him to be quiet. He's very
I thought
loud.
it was mine. I was looking around like, oh, she's up here.
He's very loud. I'll
She
speak to
sounds
him now.
cute.
No, he's very quiet. Don't worry about it. Lord,
Oh.
we are humans. We got to move and stuff,
No, it sounds so cute. Now, Guapo, I'm so sorry. Right now, now I'm echoing again. It's not letting me add you yet. It's saying
I'm gonna jump down. So
no,
he can come up.
don't unless you want to. It's just saying the studio is limited to 6 people on screen. So as soon as one person goes down, then but whoever has the bad mic should go down.
I saw my cat. I saw to my cat. He's fine.
Might be me. If I'm the one with the bad mic, then I need to go down.
No, I'll jump down, you guys. Have a good evening, and I'll talk to you guys soon. Okay?
See ya.
It's been a pleasure hearing your theory.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It was, thank you. And you, yeah, I loved having you up. You're welcome up any other time.
Okay, honey. Okay,
Thank
you guys
you. Have a good
Thank
night.
you, Samantha.
Hello.
Hey, everyone.
Hi.
Oh, look at him. Looking all
Is my
fly.
mic okay now, everybody?
Yes.
Yes. How is everyone doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. It sounds like we got somebody from across the pond.
Yeah.
How's it going, mate?
I'm fine, thanks.
Are you from London or?
No, the north.
Okay, cool. Well,
When you say the north, I feel like you're a Viking, Jay.
No, I'm
No,
a
it's
Celt. I've
Game
got
of
no Viking in me.
Thrones. It's
no, he
Game
is.
of
He's
Thrones.
lying.
Game of Thrones. Oh my gosh. Jon Snow.
Hey,
Exactly.
I can't believe I'm having people tell me I'm talking too loud. Everyone in my real
You're
life,
fine.
well, no, I'm having people in chat say I'm talking too loud. In real life, people are like, I can't hear you. Talk louder.
There's
like,
no winning.
What?
There's no winning, no matter what. You're damned if you do. You're damned.
Yeah. So I'm sorry if I'm talking too loud in chat.
You're fine, Val. They always try and find something to get at you for.
Okay,
You
You can
sound
never
I
win.
don't know what
wonderful.
is. Yeah, I can't figure out the right voice level.
It's fine, honestly. It's great.
I
I feel like the
honestly, I think
more
you
you think
sound
about
really
it, the
great.
worse it might get.
Yeah, probably.
More I try
I
to
got
fix
to
something
see
like
your
that.
map time earlier, El Guapo. That was awesome.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I was
You did a
nervous.
good job on that.
Thank you. That's
Maybe if
too.
sorry. I was
Y'all
just going to
too kind.
suggest maybe they turn their headphones down a little bit.
I think it's fine now.
Okay.
Yeah,
And I'm
sounds
trying to talk a little
good.
quieter too.
Sometimes if you have a bad mic and you're too close to it, it'll make it sound pretty bad. If you have a bad mic, you might want to get it away from your face a little bit.
I unplugged it all the way just because there was like all that static and I didn't know where it was coming from. So I just unplugged my mic.
It sounds great now.
Okay.
It was pretty bad for a while, Val. It was like
Yeah.
every second word you'd say it would fuzz, but it's completely clear, the audio now though.
All right. Yeah, I shouldn't have bought the mic. But
Oh
No,
it's
you
fine.
sound
No,
like
it's a
an
new mic?
angel.
But it has flashy lights.
I know, Lady V, you remembered.
I did. I want one.
I know. And
I
I
never
wanted
use them.
I wanted
only
the
talk-
headphones too that have the flashy lights.
I
with the
did
head-
too.
Look
But I
like a
never use
raver.
them.
Okay, Lex said, what happened to that video? Okay, so let me start playing that. Or finish playing
Thanks,
it.
Val. Cheers. Thanks for all the videos, man. It's been great.
Still need to show you because I
yeah,
don't think the people that are here now, well, some of them are. Killer Facts are here. Killer Facts is still here. Misfits here. There's still a lot of people here, but there's other people that haven't seen the one from the Ted Bundy, the victim.
I'd love to see that.
Yeah, but so let me try to get through some more of this.
Somebody does this big of an attack, they have killed before, and this is an escalation. So they couldn't get.
Oh, dead quick, Val. I'm gonna hop down now. My cat's being very needy. So thanks so much for having me up.
Thank you for coming up. Have a good night, Jay. Or I don't know if you're getting up for the day now.
Yeah,
Or...
pretty much getting up for the day now.
All right, well, have a good day.
You too. Thanks so much. Honestly, you've done an amazing job, and I'll catch the replay. And just thanks so much. Great.
Well, in the beginning is when I played the video from the sorority house that Ted Bundy went into. So if you want to watch that, it's just in the first few minutes.
Thanks so much. That's exactly what I was after. So cheers. Thanks so much. You've done an amazing job, and I can't wait for your next live.
Thank
Take care.
you. Cheers.
Much love. Bye-bye.
Bye.
I feel like he has something important to say.
Or dominating, and some type of thing was coming out as he lost weight. That got more and more profound in his life, and that's why I don't think that drugs would really solve his issue. He may get a high out of it, but his desire is domination and potentially to kill. And I think that goes what you see with a lot of these serial killers. They've had substance abuse problems, but that is, I think we found one thing that does not, that heroin can't fix or can't give you enough of a high, which is taking a human life. And if that's your desire, you're going to eventually do that.
I don't, in my world, I don't deal with criminals. So this is always in the criminality is correct me if I'm wrong, but I experience at least as a separate phenomenon from mental health issues. They cross over, they coexist together, but criminality per se has its own sort of logic to it, let's say, or own good experience associated with it. do we think, other than character problems, personality disorders, dark triad, do we think there's anything else going on with this guy? You said trauma, like something happened in childhood. It makes me wonder if some of this dominating kinds of behavior is really directed towards women, and the men just get taken out incidentally.
That could be, but I will say this one thing about, I always tell people when they have a hard time perceiving the way that this individual thinks and kind of getting in that mindset. So we'll take your specialty. You deal a lot with people with drugs, where you talk to other people and they say, how could somebody do a drug to the point that it ruins their lives or makes their teeth fall out or causes huge sores on their body, but yet they're still using a needle to shoot up between their toes? I mean, a lot of people would be like, how can you do that? But I think when when you put yourself in their position, drug addicts a lot of the times are trying to escape something, or they're just having a good time partying, and they get stuck in that lethal free fall of behavior and chemical addiction. I think with this guy, and we see this with Jeffrey Dahmer, we see this with Ted Bundy, with a lot of these people, is that it may not be that easy to pinpoint where that switch was. Whereas with a drug addict, we can go back and say, well, they had a terrible relationship with their father, were raped when they were a child, and they got introduced at one point where they got introduced to a drug, and boom, we can trace the addiction back to that. The problem is the rape. But with these people, a lot of the times, I think they just have a predatory nature, and when you get the mix of all these things just right, it's just a darker desire. It's not so much of an addiction as it is their physical desire. I like women. The guy likes to kill women. I mean, so that becomes his. Some people it's sexual. Some people it is just pure domination, and it kind of replaces that sexual urge. I know the Green River Killer. I think that's who it is. Well, this has happened with several people, but where they have killed women and went back and had sexual relations.
Okay, I swear we already saw this part, so I'm gonna fast forward it.
Right, but I think what happens is kind of some of what you get with the abused wife is that these parents see this odd behavior for so long, and they want to fix it to the point where they try to justify everything that he's did. Oh, it wouldn't be him. He's a good kid. He's extremely smart. And what's interesting is when you look at Ted Bundy, Jeffrey Dahmer, BTK, Green River Killer, this guy, what you see are people that, from a parent standpoint, are church-going people, are calm and have a full-time job. This guy is a PhD student. So the parents, it would never register in their head, and it'd be very difficult for them to register in their head that their kid did something like that.
Do you agree that you think the parents had no idea that there was anything off with him?
It's hard to tell. I haven't ever seen either of his parents talk, so it's hard to make a judgment. I haven't even seen them, like their person, how they carry themselves or anything.
Well, we see the dad in the police video. I mean, in the body where like the police stopped.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But I mean that he kind of seems like a proud dad there, unless
he does.
Yeah, so I don't.
It reminds me of like a trip me and my dad would take, or something like it.
Yeah.
That was the same vibe that I had got off it. But his dad doesn't look like he's smoking. He doesn't. I mean, he doesn't look like he's a big drinker or drug abuser. So it's kind of, I don't know. I didn't get a good read off his dad either.
Yeah. What about you, Liza and Shay?
Honestly, with the dad, I kind of took it like, I hate to say this and I don't want to be disrespectful, but like I kind of took him as this like jolly, goofy dad, just proud of his son, like not really understanding what's going on, like kind of oblivious.
I got the same thing too. I really felt the same way as you. Like that you explained him perfectly.
Yeah, and I didn't want to be disrespectful because I mean, obviously, I'm like the empath in me, like I see all sides of this. Like
Mhm.
I couldn't imagine even thinking my child ever could be a suspect of something like this. And so like I could see the denial setting in. You know, I could see where the family's going through and how they may feel. And they Brian Kohberger's family does not deserve to be dragged through the dirt for this. You know, it's an individual thing if he did actually commit the crimes. But um, for me, I really do go back to Carrie Rawson's interview. I do follow a lot of serial killers. That's my thing personally, but um, I think that there's something to it to say that all these sociopaths have no emotion. No, I don't think that's true. I think if there's an on and off switch, and that's what Carrie was trying to explain, that even people that are walking amongst us, like you never know, like there could be an on and off switch there. And I think that's why this is relevant, right, Valerie?
I totally agree with you.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, do you feel that it's similar at all to I don't think they're anything like the Watts family, but you know how they were kind of in denial about it? Do you think that assuming he is the killer and say at the end of a drawn out trial that he confesses guilty, that they're going to be in denial, or that they're going to accept that their son is a killer?
Um, I I think that I can't speak for them. I just know my own mindset. Like I'm a very logical person. Like I went to school for forensic chemistry, finished with a science degree. I work in finance. I'm a very science mathematical person. So to me, I would look at the logic of the evidence at hand. And unfortunately, there's just things that we have to accept that if they are convicted, that the person that we love could be capable of that. And that's his own difficult journey. That's why um, I don't know where they're going to be, Valerie, but I think that's their own grieving process of its own because they technically lose a child if they are convicted.
Yeah, and I think it was actually Kaylee's parents that said they feel bad for I'm not sure if I believe it was them that said they feel bad for them as well. I I'm pretty sure that it was one of the families that said it. And Heather said, I don't think they're in denial. I think that they're in shock. I agree. I think that they're
Yes.
in complete shock right now. And then there was another comment I saw that was good. I think it was from Lex Luthor, I believe. Let me see if this was it. Well, she said, can't say parents of BK didn't know there was something slightly off about him, but don't think his parents would ever imagine in a million years their son with a PhD would do this. Agree. Another thing, I don't remember who wrote it, but they said how the dad seemed to be he was too relaxed and easygoing. If his son, he believed, just committed killers, would have been that relaxed in the car with the police officer. Do you think he would, unless he was
I
like
don't
had
think
nervous energy?
I don't think you could fake. I don't think he could act that. Cover that.
I think that was just genuine like nervousness. I mean, you know how it is to be pulled over. It's not
Yeah.
like we're doing anything wrong, but we're still like, officer, what I do,
It,
you know?
No, yeah,
it'd be
even
so
Yeah, he
hard.
looked like more
Yeah.
more like, what the hell? I just was pulled over last time a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
It
I
was
think.
more
Yeah.
annoying to me. Like, I mean, if you read his face, all I could see is like, what the hell, man? You know?
Well, and Lady V, I was gonna say this too. Like, I don't know about y'all, but oh my God, my mother cannot ride with me. Like, she has an opinion. She has her backseat driver's license or passenger seat driver's license, always still telling me at the age of 36 how to drive. So like just think that like he's getting pulled over with his dad like twice now. And I bet the dad's like, I told you to quit riding their butts, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
You're so right. My mom won't even drive with me. She thinks I'm too crazy of a driver.
I mean, yeah, it's like we're not adults yet. It's funny how we never see like I don't see my kids growing up, but my mom never sees me growing up. But I'm like, I've been
Hey,
doing this for a while.
my mom was 76 years old and I was 58. And she still did not. She had to backseat drive constantly. I'm just like, she's like, well, turn here. I'm like, okay, Mom. I just let her tell me where to go.
I see this because I think that the parents have a degree on sociology or psychology or something like that too. The mother.
Oh yeah, teacher, I think.
I thought that she had something with, but this, if I knew, I'm just trying to put myself, and I have
Mhm.
4 boys, rambunctious, crazy boys. And if I knew that was something wrong with my kids, if I knew
Mhm.
that they were mean to pets, they have problems with other kids, that kind of things. And parents, sometimes our kids will go a little bit more than we will like, and we let them go a little bit more, and we will shut up because we will say, you will learn your lesson. I'm not going to make a big mess of this. Then they will make a big mess in their life, and you see
Mm.
what they do, and you recognize, huh, I knew that this was coming. I didn't tell you, but I knew this was coming. And
The mom
some,
curse.
yeah, yes, but if your kid, I think that
You got to find out for themselves.
yes, but if I were the parent and I saw those problems in one of my boys and something like this happen, I will have my doubts
Right.
because some of in the triad it says that some of these can come from genetics.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Nothing that you did, nothing that the baby did, it just comes in genetics. Like, I don't know, a bad heart.
Yeah.
And sometimes, we just, as parents, not even trying to be mean, but we look the other way because we think that they will grow up.
Right.
And maybe, they just didn't know, because as a parent, if I knew my kid was that propense to harm somebody, I will try to get him in the best facility money can buy, but he
Mhm.
will be locked up. He will
Yeah.
not be with other people.
Right.
Then I don't think these people knew he
Yeah.
was capable of something like that if he did it, because he's still a suspect. That's what I think.
So, Valerie, I don't know if you mind, but I do kind of want to point this out because coming from a daughter of an addict, and Lady B and I have been talking lately, and I deal with my dad constantly with this. Like, there's manipulative behavioral traits of addicts, like whether you are in a sober session or not, that it's kind of it kind of develops into one's behavioral actions, whether sober or not. And so I can understand the manipulative behavior behind that. And I
Mhm.
think where I'm getting this from, Lex, tell me if I'm wrong, but I think where you're going with this is that he was trying to control the conversation whenever they were getting pulled over, and the dad was answering, and then he was like trying to change the answers, like kind of a little bit manipulative in that aspect. Like he was trying to control it. Is that
I
what
mean,
you're saying,
that's just like a
Lex?
snapshot, though. I mean, that's just like that moment. I mean,
But but I
you
have
can't
those
really.
constant interactions with my dad. Like I'm like, is he really trying to manipulate me? Like I don't even realize it sometimes, El Guapo. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to be like argumentative with you, just for you to be argumentative. But
No. I love difference of
okay.
opinions because I'm very open minded. I love to see all sides. Please.
I always hesitate whenever I'm arguing or having a discussion with somebody I don't really know, and I don't want
Oh,
to
you're not gonna hurt my feelings. I
get
promise
off.
you.
Okay, yeah, because I don't I obviously think you're smart, and I'm not saying you're wrong or anything, but I just think that if in my like if somebody judged me on how I interacted with my dad after I got pulled over twice with, and then that is how they're gonna judge our character, I say that's a kind of a, you know what I mean, that's kind of a bad spot for me to be judged in because I got so much, you know, a little bit of adrenaline, a little bit of nervousness, you know, that being pulled over by a cop is a, you know, that's I don't think it's a good time to kind of judge the nature of their relationship because I think both of them
No,
are in.
and I'm not judging the nature. I think it's more of just how it was like I felt like the conversation was steering, like in what they were talking about, like where
Yeah.
his dad's bringing up stuff about the local crime and his son is more focused on the Thai food. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like they were in very two different playing fields in terms of what they wanted to talk to the cops about. That's all I was trying to say.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And then Detective Juan, sorry, Valerie, one more, because I do think this one's too, because we were discussing this, is that, you know how Fox News came out and they were like, oh yeah, the FBI like coordinated for them to have the pullovers, and then it was retracted the next day and FBI was like, no, we did not do that. Well, here's the question. Like Moscow's leading this actual investigation. What if it was the US Marshals that instructed that? Maybe the FBI is telling the truth and it was a different agency that helped coordinate these pullovers. Just a thought and a theory of mine.
No, that's a good thought because I have seen that where they said they didn't, that it wasn't them that was told to do the stops. But then I've seen in the same thing that it was them. So I have no idea. But I wanted to read out what Honeybee said. So she said, who talks about killings when getting pulled over? That's weird. Why didn't they bring up the Idaho murders when they talked about the shooting or whatever? Think about that. Why didn't they bring that up? So you know how the dad brought up the shootings that happened. That was a little bit strange. I think that was strange that that the dad brought that up and not the murders that had just happened in Idaho. Don't you guys?
But was it the thing happening like that day or prior day?
That's a good point too. Yeah, because you're right. The dad does seem kind of a little bit just jolly and not really being mindful. Like if he's innocent, the thing that happened that day might be more important than the thing that they just came from.
Yeah, they were talking about the Washington State, which his son did go to school there. So I feel like that would
Which
be
might be
relevant
the topic of the day, and his dad's just like,
Right.
"We're talking about the topic of the day, and here it is." You
This
know,
is
they might have.
happening at your school or near your
Yeah,
grounds. How
I can see that
scary.
point, but I did, Honeybee. I do agree. Like that was, I thought the dad initially was in on it because I was like, why would you talk about why would you not bring up that? But I could see, but Shanae, I see your point. Yeah, it's hard. I don't know. I can't read them.
It's okay. You can call me Shay.
Shay, okay.
Yeah, no worries.
Hi, A. Charles.
Hey, Charles is here.
Yes.
Hey, A. Charles.
Hey, I have a quick question. I'll hop off and let somebody else go on. But y'all seem like y'all know a lot about serial killers. Do y'all know if there's a lot of the serial killers had older cousins and brothers in their lives, or were they kind of like the an only childish or like with a small family type deal?
I don't think it's necessarily small families as much as it's dysfunctional childhood is what I've seen some commonalities.
Well, my point is I think there might be the thing I see the kids that were always like predatory as kids and like would do weird, just like mean, evil things. I feel like didn't have older brothers or older cousins to beat their ass, like to pick on them, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I just wonder. I've never heard of it, but I wonder if there is a correlation or if there's at all, if they, because I would imagine a lot of serial killers don't. And
So I looked on Google, and it's
sometimes bullying is a good thing. So that's all I'm saying.
Google
Sometimes
says
some people need to be bullied.
Google says according that you are twice as likely to be a serial killer if you are a middle or oldest child than if you are an only child, which is very strange.
Yes.
Well, okay. Well, then there goes that theory. Thank you.
Yeah.
And don't jump down, Guapo. Hang out. Another
Wow,
thing
I
too.
never thought that was going to be like that.
Yeah, that's very strange. So yeah, you are.
But
That
I'm
makes
the
sense what
only
I said though,
child,
right?
and I was thinking I'm
Liza?
going to get it.
Well, it's because
I
you're
thought
not
that
the
El Guapo
baby.
was right. I was
Yeah, I
thinking,
mean that's interesting. I'm glad I asked. I would have not guessed that.
Well, maybe because you're not the baby of the family, and you're not the one that gets all the attention because you're not.
How do you,
Well, and no, okay, I'm not. Don't get upset, people that are only children or the baby.
Valerie, I'm an only child.
I'm an only child too, Valerie.
Sorry, you guys.
Come at me, bro.
No, but you
I
will
started
think
a
that
gang war.
only child will get that because they don't have brothers and sisters to deal
For
with.
the social
But
like build social things with like social.
but if you think
But
about it,
actually,
because
our
we don't
social
have
interaction is our cousins and friends. Like we hold on to that
exactly.
dearly.
I mean, we have like Maddie. I did have a Kylie in my life. I do have. It was another family that have a bunch of kids. My family have just one, and they almost adopted me because I was all the time in their house. I don't know.
Yeah, it's
The-
counterintuitive,
yeah,
but I'm glad I
But
asked.
I think it kind of like you have like I think that's why the interest in the behavioral mindset of what fast or makes these notorious killers just fascinating to people. It's not about who like I guess just trying to like make them famous off their crimes, because obviously the victims matter more than that. It's like what in your brain is making this click, and just seeing the development of the triad, and seeing the telltale signs that come with that. And being someone who's followed true crime, even like as a child, like my mom and my grandmother and my aunts would talk about it all the time. Like, I mean, I think about those things. Like, do you still wet the bed? Do you still do these things? Are you killing animals? Like I'm thinking of all these triad aspects of what can eventually maybe, turn into a sociopath. Have you had like head trauma? Like, I mean, there's so many different things that are also outside of a child's control.
Well, and that's why Valerie, this video you're playing is really good because this guy is kind of saying a lot of things that I agree with that explain a little bit about the predatory, developing predatory type of behavior and it snowballing. Starting young and trying to fill it with drugs, but it doesn't give you that. I guess it doesn't give them that same thing, but. We all know those kids that are growing up that are little shits on the block that are little kind of, predatory behavior. And you kind of can see, like it starts young. You can see with some kids that kind of they got a mean streak to them, violent or
Yeah,
whatever.
but head trauma is a big thing when it comes to a lot
Head
of these
trauma.
guys.
Yeah, I think I mentioned
The
that
frontal
on
lobe.
previous,
It's the
and
frontal lobe.
also Duck just said that as well in chat. Head trauma is a common factor in these types. Yeah, a lot of times you'll hear as a kid that they had hit their head, and they had suffered some kind of
Or they've been abused and somebody's knocked them clean across the room. I mean,
That would
it's
make
just
sense.
terrible.
Yeah, like some kind of traumatic brain injury, like there's just some kind of something that and I think there's been a few that I don't know if it was I'm not sure what killer it was, that they were suspected that something had happened when they were a child, that they had fell and hit their head. Killer facts, you've been way too kind tonight. They said, do you think people who study serial killers should take a psychological evaluation like law enforcement? Well, that
hand out the evaluation. I'll fill them out.
I think, doesn't law enforcement get tested ever so often?
Yes,
I think that's a good
They're
point.
Required to.
Killer facts. I think they should.
And I do know from if they are involved in any traumatic experience, like they are required, determining like on what their contract is, to take a leave of absence and still get checked out, even if they need it or don't need it. And that PTSD or any kind of traumatic experience, like sometimes it doesn't like come to the surface as quick as you expect,
I think that they do, but they know each other, and sometimes they pass each other. I worked in hospitals for several years, and I knew a lot of people that needed a checkup, and they will not get it because they will lose their job, and they knew it.
Mm.
And they got a doctor to sign the papers.
It is true. My ex-husband, like, he refused to do his psych evaluations with the
There you
VA.
go. It happened.
And he
Yes.
needs it. And I was like, I
Mhm.
kept telling him for years, I was like, I'm worried about you. Like, we're still really good friends and we have a daughter together, you know? And I'm like, I'm worried about you. Like, something's wrong. And he ended up getting diagnosed bipolar manic depressive. And he just didn't know for years, like, what was troubling him and how to handle it. And he was always kind of under the impression from the military, if he goes in for psych eval, then he's going to lose all of his rights, like more in the 2A side of it. And that scared him. And that alone, like, I know you're like, well, why would you want him to have that? But it's a fear mechanism. It's like, it's different. And I can't explain it.
Yeah. I wonder, could you imagine if YouTube ever made people fill out a psych evaluation if they watched after so many hours of true crime data consumption? Like, are you okay?
Absolutely. Like, I tell people, don't look at like my Google searches, my DuckDuckGo, or whatever it is. Like, I should have been committed at 5 years old, probably.
Me too. Oh my God. If people look at I should look on it on incognito, but I'm sure they'd still find it. But with all of the true crime stuff that I look at, they would definitely, yeah.
I'm
I
in
would
there
be on
with
a
you
watch
guys.
list.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd all be on watch list, or we may all be.
I'm surrounded by psychos.
Well,
This is the first true crime thing I've ever gotten involved in.
let me put it
I
this
need to get
way.
out now.
Let me put it
Psychopaths.
this way. I get up in the morning or at the afternoon. Actually, I get up in the afternoon sometime, and
Say the
then
Pledge of Allegiance.
yeah, and then my TV is on true crime from the time I wake up until the
Yes.
time I go to bed, which might be 3 days from now.
Maybe
And
put on
that's
like
all it is. That's all
put on
it
like a
is
good jazz
YouTube.
album every once in a while or something, or put on a
No,
I
a
put on
funny
the
movie.
hip hop.
I
Some
like
reggae,
it.
something light. I need to lighten the mood a little.
Yeah,
No,
my
El
husband
Guapo,
does that.
this is soothing to us.
It
Y'all
really
are
is. It
psychos. You're
relaxes me.
definitely psychos, all of y'all.
I will own this psycho.
Yeah.
No, I don't know why. I think it's why I got into it though. I don't know why. I fall asleep to something that like I'm interested in, but it's not like it kind of drones in the background. It's a little bit educational, and so a lot of true crime stuff is kind of like a perfect level, so I can fall asleep to.
A lot of people fall
And you're
asleep
calling
to
us
it.
psycho?
Yeah, no
I know.
kidding.
I can't tell you how many times I fall asleep to like a Zodiac Killer or Jack the Ripper documentaries. I don't know why, but
H.H. Holmes.
My favorite is Ed Kemper. Like, his mind is
Oh,
fascinating to me. Like, I'm just like, keep talking. Like, I'll listen to
I
his tapes.
know.
but he got caught, right?
He did. He was
See, all the
he was the
women
co-ed
always like the
killer.
guys that get caught. Those are the dumb ones. Like,
But
y'all like the dumb ones.
He
It's a
he
joke.
is a
Jokey
genius.
poo.
That man is a true genius. And he just says, I think.
Are you the
and this is
president of his fan
horrible.
club?
No,
No,
he
this
is
is
actually
horrible
one
to
of the
say.
test subjects that helped build out the behavioral analyst unit.
Exactly. And when
It's
he
a
did
joke,
that,
ladies. I'm just having a
I
joke.
know. Hang on, El Guapo. I just want to say something, okay?
All right, I'm not trying to get the dogs called on me.
No, I know that.
I know you're a mod, Lady V. I know who I'm talking about. I don't mean any disrespect.
Thank you so much, Rock.
I picture Lady V and stay out, throwing me out the door.
No way. But anyhow, Ed Kemper, when I listened to the tapes and everything of whenever the FBI was interviewing him,
Mm-hmm.
and actually Ted Bundy too. No, I'm not in their fan club, but I do have to kind of respect the fact that they were able to open up and give them as many insights as they absolutely could into this psychopathy. I mean, that takes a lot of guts to open up your life and just say, here's everything, And I think one reason they did it is because they were still trying to figure out what was going on with themselves.
Yeah.
Right.
I find it really fascinating. I mean, I just always want to know like how the human brain works, like what you're thinking. I mean, I think it's more like a passion like you get from us, El Guapo. We are lighthearted, but it's
Mm-hmm.
just wanting to kind of like understand
You
why
want to hear my
people
theory?
do what they do. But it's not an understanding. It's more of like, what are the signs? Like, how do you look for that? And how can you get people the proper mental health? Because I'm sorry, I hate to go here, but obviously I feel just like we have the worst like system around mental health. Like I really
We
do.
do, of the whole
It
world.
it does.
Yeah.
All it does is a revolving door for people. It's not really getting them the help that they need.
And
Yeah, we
maybe,
need
you
to.
know, maybe us bringing light to it in our own little way helps society to try to maybe figure out what to do to help these people and put pressure on our government to do something.
Yeah,
Because
I
when
don't
we
know.
talk, we're in there. When we talk, we're putting these people in a spotlight. Don't think we're sitting here talking and they don't know that we're here. They very much hear YouTubers.
Yeah, but I'm interested in the human mind too, and so I gotta ask y'all: why do y'all find serial killers so attractive? Why do women find serial killers attractive?
I never said they
Why are
were
y'all attracted
attractive.
to it?
I'm not
The topic of
attracted
it.
to it.
Well,
Well,
the
no,
topic
the
of it.
topic interests me. Yeah, it definitely interests
Uh-huh.
me. It's just
I
something that, yeah,
Let's have a little like a lighthearted conversation here, can we?
Yeah, I don't find Ted Bundy attractive at all, like all these other women. I never
You want to
did.
hear my
What
theory?
Are
what
you meaning like
fascinates
physically
me?
attractive or like the
Sexually,
attraction to
even.
the subject?
No, absolutely not. I was
But
telling when
we
Ted
know that
Bundy,
there are a lot of women who fall in love with these guys when they're in jail.
well,
yeah,
that was
there's
Yes,
not
and
us.
you know
that
what?
there's to Chris
Yeah,
Watts and
everyone's speaking
everything.
up. Everyone, I just lit a fire.
No, I
Yeah,
was
but
gonna
no,
say
that's
actually, I just talked to Criminality Teresa about this because I did not follow the Watts Island
I
stuff.
awoke a lot of passion in y'all just now.
No, and I don't get it either, El Guapo. I'm like, what is the deal
You
here?
want to hear
Like,
my?
I
You
want to
want me to get y'all
understand the
more fired
mind,
up?
not the man.
I know how
well,
to
let her
start a fire
answer
here.
then. Let her
Huh?
answer.
Look,
Let
Okay, I'm
her
sorry. I'm
answer
listening.
then.
I'm listening to her.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I'm all good. I'm all good. What do you think,
Oh, she's
Valerie?
good.
What fascinates you in wanting to understand more or uncover stuff around kind of the
Okay, let me ask y'all this:
psychopathy?
no, hold on.
why are women universally so unattracted to guys who are too nice?
No, it's not that.
I
Let's
don't
go
know.
back.
I never
Let's,
had a
No,
problem with them
this is
being too
ladies. I'm not.
nice.
This is just a lot. Like, but you understand what I'm. It's like I'm speaking in jest, but we know that
Right.
that's kind of. It might not be the whole truth. Of course, there's some
Why do
examples
the
where that's
girls
not the
like the
case.
bad boys?
Yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm not saying. No, I'm not talking about y'all in general. I'm just saying in general, women. It's kind of known.
In general,
Women
girls
like a
think they're
strong
more
man.
fun.
They like a guy they can't necessarily know that they can just control. Like I
Because
think women,
I
if
think
they
it
know a
depends
guy's too
on.
nice and they can tell the guy to do something, he's gonna always do it.
oh
For
Lord, I
whatever
wouldn't
reason,
even
women
go
just lose attraction.
But
Is that
I
not?
also
because that's not.
I think it depends on the woman's mindset of where she's at and her value of where she wants to be. I come from more of a traditional, submissive kind of conservative mindset. And so
Mm-hmm.
I prefer for my man to be the man. I want him to be that. That's
But that's
me
not.
though.
But it's not, of course you don't want a guy who's an asshole completely and doesn't care. You want a guy in the middle, but you know that just like a guy who's an asshole, everyone would agree that's not good. But it's weird. You can't really say. It seems like girls have a hard time admitting that they don't want a guy that's too nice.
I
It seems like you
disagree.
understand what I'm
Like I
saying.
think when you're younger, you do tend to
That's a
go
fair thing to
toward the
say
bad
though.
boy.
Yeah.
no. A guy
But
that is too nice is great.
but
No,
but if you
But
think about it, El
but is
Guapo,
he?
and
Is he going to pin you against the wall if you want
Wait,
that?
wait.
You know what I
There's
mean?
a
Sometimes
difference.
women, I feel like, need or
Wait,
want a little bit of.
well,
Brian.
I
let's
think.
not
Listen,
go
what I
there.
think. Hold on, real quick. I think women don't want to lead; they want a leader. I don't think women want to
Exactly.
win; they want a winner.
Well, here's the thing.
no.
Being
You're like, no,
nice
I
is
want to
one
win.
thing. Being nice is one thing, but me being able to boss him around and have him go like a little puppy dog, No, I
It's
don't
like
want that. There's a
exactly. So
difference.
let me ask you this. Okay, in chat too. Can a depressed man make a depressed woman ever happy?
Well, two depressed
Yes.
people can't make
No,
each
but
other
hold on. Let
happy.
me ask
They
you
have
this.
to make themselves
Or could a
happy.
depressed
Misery loves
woman, what's more
company,
likely?
right?
What's more likely, a depressed woman making a depressed man pull out of his depression?
It doesn't matter what sex you are, a man or a woman. If you have two people that are chronically depressed in the same area, it's going to be hard for either one of them to pull the other one out of it because they'll more than likely be feeding it.
Yeah. I mean, so men and women are exactly the same.
I have to say something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the reason why a lot of women are into true crime is to protect themselves.
That's fair.
They
Exactly. That's why I'm so interested in it. I want to be aware of the evil that's out there.
Yes, they do it because we have to.
I'm in a lose-lose situation. I am surrounded right now. I don't know why I did this to myself.
No, you're fine, but I was
Oh
gonna
my
steer
god.
you in a different
I got
direction.
tears all around my neck right now. I'm looking in chat. I'm just like, no. Why did I do this to myself?
But El Guapo, I was gonna say, I think if you would have asked this a little differently,
Yeah.
I think it kind of comes down to maybe the subject at hand, because everybody's different. Like Ed Kemper was not the ladies' man, but you had Bundy over here that apparently was the charm the pants off guy. Like, so I think it's all in the mindset. It's not the looks.
Can
Yeah.
before you say anything, El
Somebody's
Guapo,
clicking.
let me
Yeah,
say
that's pure
something,
cringe.
okay? Just
Yeah.
let
Yeah.
me say something. Okay, so I said this last night on here. This has started since man and the beginning of time when the very first brother killed the other brother. Okay. Now, over the centuries, women and children are the ones that are usually the victims, right? Well, back then, the only way we had to talk about it was to talk about it across the fence to each other and spread the room on. We need to watch out. There's a guy out here hurting women, or watch your kids real close. And that just kind of morphed into YouTube. And because we need to know, because you don't have to worry as much as we do when we're out walking on the street or get into our car. We are the ones that have to know. So it just kind of is a thing that we've even learned from childhood, just like your mom and dad say, hey, don't run out in the street, stop and look both ways. I mean, but I think that parents are a little bit more worried about their daughters because men can usually overpower. And Shay's right. Exactly. We're the ones that have to learn how to defend ourselves. But as far as finding them, I never, even when I was younger, ever thought Ted Bundy was good looking. I don't see one thing in him that I like. It's not it's not a matter of a guy being nice. There's a difference between you can be nice and you can still be the head of your household, and you can be nice and be a puppy dog led around by a woman. It just depends on what a woman wants. I want a man who leads me. I don't want one that follows me. And truly, most women, that's what they want. I don't know about this new generation. That's y'all's problem. I'm just telling you from what I have experienced in my life. Because you got to have a head.
I think there's a lot of women who are acting very aggressive and like more masculine, because that's what the society says. You need to be independent and don't take shit from men. But when I talk to them and I get them, after a second, I start talking to them, kind of like peel back the layers. And at the end of the day, they all do want to be submissive. They do want to be feminine and like protected and because I asked him, like, do you like it whenever a guy tells you, hey, tell me what to do in bed, or like when you're the one who's the leader in the bedroom? Do you like that, or do you prefer whenever the guy is the leader? And they all say, well, I'm supposed to be, you know, but but get down to it, they all really do enjoy being, you know, following.
Okay, I think let's.
I'm not trying to say that
We're gonna.
disparaging. I'm just saying I'm speaking loosely. I'm not. Of course, there's
No, I
examples and
hear
everything.
you. I think we need to get back on topic though. So I totally understand where you're coming from, but I think from this aspect that regardless of like how you feel about the opposite sex or same sex and what you're looking for, whether it's submissive, dominative, whatever it may be, there is common respect that comes with a relationship. And I think what we're seeing when we're looking more in towards the crime stuff is we're trying to understand the psychopathy of it. And then more importantly, when you're thinking about the incel side of this, we don't know all those answers yet. And I think that's maybe how you're kind of talking about that too. Like,
well,
did
I think
he
it
have a feeling about something about one of the girls?
This makes me remember something that Kylie's father said to Olivia and the other person, and the mother too, that Kylie stopped dating the ex-boyfriend and dated somebody for a little while. And that somebody told him, you baby, make me a quesadilla or something like that. And she said, excuse me, and walk out.
Yeah.
It's about respect. It's about the fact. Give me a second. It's about respect. It's about the fact that we physically we have to grow up faster than you guys, because nature make us that way. We cannot go doing things that 12 years old boys are doing, because we are already at 12. We can have kids, many of us. Then talking about crime and about the human mind is like Lady B, I think, said, a way to, hey, people like this could be a problem. Teach your daughters. Look at your sons. Don't let them do this. Talk to them. You know, it's like an example, because I went to university. I have 2 degrees. Nobody told me about this. Nobody told me, don't let your kid do this, and that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to have a light, fun conversation. I'm sorry, ladies, if I'm making it serious. I'm not trying to be serious. I'm just trying to have a conversation in jest. I have such short talking time, so I got to get it out fast, and then I let you know.
No, I understand.
I want to hear y'all's point.
It's okay. Whoever said that it was the Valerie Knox, like, after, what was it, after hours, it ended up turning into that. It's
I mean, we are with Dr. Drew. I mean, that's what happened at MTV, right?
Yes, we brought him back to the 90s or the 2000s, but okay.
And then like this screen like pause you have it on, like his face is just everything.
I love it. Okay, I'm pressing play.
I just
People are
want to
going,
say, get back to the clip here.
I just want to say one thing is that a lot of these guys think that, and I've dealt with it a lot of my life. I've been in true crime a lot of my life just to learn things, you know, and guys don't understand, and they think that we just love all these like serial killers and stuff like that. And it's like, no, there's some sick people that do, sure. But it's mainly we're trying to protect ourselves. And guys need to understand that. And that's why we look at this.
Can I ask a quick question?
Just let him answer if you do.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, it's like I don't get to develop my points. I'm outnumbered. So I'll say something. Everyone gets fired up, and then they all say, let me talk. And I never get to develop. I only get to piss y'all off. I don't get to get to the punchline. So that's fair.
But we're not saying you can't. We're not saying you can't, but you have.
I haven't been on the clock very long at all.
It's okay.
You haven't. The chat does want to watch the video, but
okay, let's go back to the video.
Finish what you're saying.
That's fine. No, it's okay. It's no big deal.
No, whatever you're saying, you could, as long as it's Yeah, whatever you're saying, but and then like in a couple by 4:45, I need. Well, no,
No,
I don't know
I
what
don't.
time it is.
Honestly, I could get it in 30 seconds probably.
Okay, go on, go.
But hold on. Like I was saying, now I just lobotomized my brain. I forgot exactly what the point of. I can pick
As soon
up.
as I start playing the video, you'll
I know
remember.
it. Just play the video. It's fine.
Are you sure? You're okay. All right.
Where are you going, El Guapo?
He's upset. He left the room.
He went to get a beer. Start the video.
Susan or Caleb, I wonder if you guys have any questions for Jonathan.
Oh, this is right up Caleb's alley.
I know. That's why I invited
I mean,
him.
I was like, when I first heard it in the news and I heard like these young girls and there were 4 people, and I was like, how did he get to all of them? Like
without somebody calling the police
in a
or
row.
something. Yeah.
Like it was like, I thought maybe they were drugged or something, but it was even more sinister. But Caleb
they were intoxicated. I mean, I think these women were intoxicated. Most of the people, I don't know about the roommate, but I definitely, you can see it on camera that Maddie and Kaylee, they were intoxicated. The other two, Zana and Ethan, had been at a party all night. So I think that played a huge role in this, that the victims were intoxicated, and people just do not have a good grasp, and it's understandable, of what a knife attack is actually like. It's not like the movies.
Was this guy at the party too? Is he there?
No, he wasn't. He left his house about 15 minutes away at about 2:30, 2:40 in the morning.
Tell us again about the knife attack. So I feel like we have some useful information there.
Yeah, so knife attacks are very lethal, and there's 2 things that can, with a knife, that can cause problems where people won't fight back. One is, if you get a severe stab wound to the lung, your lung could collapse, to the neck, or these places where your function in life, which is breathing, is disrupted. That's a major blow to a person who's never been injured or never been in a fight before. I mean, you're going from never being in a fight to now you're trying to fight for life. Also, hitting any artery, if you don't get a tourniquet on it, you're going to bleed out within a minute at the most. So you're looking at people that woke up or were woken up or didn't wake up. They just, a traumatic injury to their body instantly occurred. And this knife that he used is not my pick of knives that I use for anything. It's a old K-bar knife. They don't hold an edge well, so they don't stay sharp, and the point is prone to breaking off. However, it's a big knife, and if you hit somebody full force in the chest with it, there's just not a lot of fight that you can get back with that, unless you will something up from inside and want to fight back like an animal. Most people, when they're hit with that much of a trauma to their chest or face, it's going to be the same as if I held you underwater. You're going to struggle, but if I can put some pressure on you, you're going to succumb to whatever I'm doing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Jesus. Caleb, any questions?
Yeah. Who do you think was was there one specific person that was the target in the house that you've kind of figured out, or was it all 4 of them? Was it just someone in general, or do they have any information on that yet? Was it one of the women?
Well, we know, I think they know where he kind of rolled in and started. I believe he started upstairs, but I'm not comfortable saying that. All these other analysts are going out there and they're saying, oh, he definitely targeted, Kaylee, or they found the knife sheath on Maddie, so maybe she was the target. But I don't know, with a person like this, who he has stalked that neighborhood 12 times before this night. So he was obviously interested in that neighborhood. He was obviously interested in that house. So I think that is something that will be determined down the road. And there's a lot of things they can do to determine that, like what's the severity of the attacks, because it's going to get less and less. It's a very exhausting thing to kill this many people with a knife. And but had he just gone in and the first person he encountered was Kaylee, for instance, and he attacked her, it wasn't necessarily a target. He just saw girls in there. She's going to have the most lethal wounds. So there may be something that comes out in his phone records that show that he was in the location of one or two of these people, and that is what will most likely lead them to determine who he was targeting, not the severity of the attack on the people inside the rooms.
And he had been around this house a couple times before, right? Like this is for some reason
12.
a target 12 times before. Yeah.
12 times. Yeah, so he
No, I
was
just
definitely
wanted to
targeting
toss
this
out
place.
there that it's actually commendable that you won't jump to these conclusions because
Okay, so I'm just looking in chat. So Maddie and Xana, I'm seeing.
On the target.
Maddie, yeah, of who's the target, of who they thought was the target.
It changes almost every day for me.
Really?
Yeah.
See,
Now
I
I'm
like
thinking
all the
Xana.
theories.
Huh?
I think it was Maddie and Xana.
Because of the
I've
Mad
been leaning
Greek?
towards.
Do you think he found them because of the Mad Greek? Or why do you
Yeah.
think?
Yeah. I think that's a big part of it. And the fact that Xana ordered, I think, I don't know if you were watching Brittany earlier. She has an
Yeah.
interesting theory. And I've been thinking about it. Got me thinking. So that's kind of got me leaning towards Xana.
All right. I don't want to play it all the way through. I don't know if I'll get a strike. So
one of the worst parts about this whole case was the fact that a lot of these internet sleuths and the the true crime people, a lot
we're
of
gonna
people
get
jumped the
talked
gun
on.
on this, and they were all making assumptions and they were accusing people who turned out to have nothing to do with it. And on top of that, a lot of people were accusing the local police department of being inept and mishandling this. And then when the documents came out just like a few days ago, everyone had to kind of pull back on that all of a sudden whenever they realized, oh, the cops have been working on this the whole time. It's just the fact that they've been doing a good job by not leaking all of these documents out to the press. They've actually been doing 10 times as good of a job as people were imagining. So it's I'm commendable for you not making guesses on that like the others were doing.
I'll tell you something. These internet sleuths, which we call them internet sleuths, they're no different than QAnon people who jump on some type of a weird.
Maybe I should fast forward this part because it is such a long video. I don't know what he says in this part. I kind of skimmed through it.
Wow,
Valerie,
we're not allowed to question anything, are we?
No, Connor, but this is the guy that said that Kaylee's father had to be brought to question.
That's what I was just about to say. Yeah,
Then-
it was like he was the one that accused Kaylee's dad. It was like,
Yeah.
what?
Well, he didn't accuse, but he said that he was taken to. He was. Then he cannot talk. Everybody said something about this that was wrong.
I think I perceived it as an accusation and it's a speculation and he's entitled to it, but he was the only one that's ever done that. And I think it was way out of line.
I didn't know he was the one that said that. Wow, I can't believe that. I remember hearing that someone had said that and it was like speculated about Kaylee's dad, and I thought that was horrible. I didn't know that was him. I probably wouldn't have been playing that if I knew that. And I can't believe that him of all people then would be saying about how internet sleuths, like a bad name about them when he was saying that about Kaylee's dad.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. It's going to be the media's narrative right now because, this is just my perception, is I have been in several like Twitter spaces where they're run by cyber sleuths like us, like looking at all this stuff. And do you want to know who's attending those spaces? The reporters. The reporters are coming to the cyber sleuth. So I think it's a media pool.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what exactly is going
sorry.
on. I'll tell you exactly what's going on. Is that the media is mad that regular people are taking it away from them. Just saying.
That's a good point. I agree.
Well, it's funny because my friends. Could you hear me? Oops. Hello.
Yeah,
I think Dr. Drew is thinking something hard right there, Valerie.
Dr.
What
Drew's like,
about
man,
the
I need to get back on
internet?
ATV.
It looks like they're smelling a good fart or something. It's lighthearted.
What the media? Oh yeah,
I thought you
someone.
said smelling a good joint or something.
Well, that's
I've
what
never
I'm
thought
about
like,
to do, El Guapo, but thank you.
all right, I'm about to smell my fart.
Oh my
But no, yes, Valerie, I understand what you're saying. They're like knowing now it's a little disheartening, but I was disheartened in general because I have listened into Jonathan Gilliam's commentary on other cases, and I was even like taken back. Like, I understand you look at all people, right? But I think just in a national television forum where this man just lost his daughter, I just felt like it was completely unnecessary.
Yeah, the media has lost. The mainstream media has lost its integrity a long time ago, though.
Well, they're not doing investigative journalism unless you're like News Daddy, like Brian Nitton,
Yeah, Brian
JB.
Nitton. He's
I
the only
love
one worth
Chanley
a damn.
Painter as well.
Oh, I'm not familiar with them.
Chanley Painter is for Court TV. She's amazing, but Brian Nitton's great. But like, I mean, you really do need investigative journalism, and we're not saying that we're those people and we have all of the ins and outs, but we can FOIA things. We can look at stuff. I mean, we're smart people.
Right. But I think investigative journalism needs to not have the reporter have such a personality in the front and center. And I think with mainstream media, it's always the reporter's personality is the main thing, and then the story is the second. With good investigative journalism, there is no personality; it's all the story. So it's like a conflict.
Yeah, I think there has so I work in communications, and I think that there
Oh,
has
nice.
to be a really good marry between the having the empathy and sympathy for the people that you're talking about, the subject, the families themselves, but also getting to the facts, right? And I
Mm-hmm.
think that is hard to find, and there's got to be a genuine factor to this person that's able to deliver that doesn't come across as being tacky or disrespectful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think that the YouTubers are the future journalists, to be honest.
The present journalist.
No, we are doing it. And I
Well,
think
I don't know the last time. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, they did help find Gabby Petito. I don't know if you're gonna say. Well, I don't know what.
No, I was gonna say, I don't know the last time I watched a news station. I only watch YouTube.
Oh
I mean,
yeah, I that's all I watched too.
yeah. I don't remember the last time I paid for a cable. I've been on YouTube for years, so they are for me. They're the news for me.
Of
100%.
course, the news media is going to bash YouTubers because they're threatening them. They're threatening them.
Yeah,
we're who watches the TV
but I
anymore?
think also like it is freedom of speech, but we also have responsibility that comes with that. And I think that that's what's really important. And one of the things, actually, like Lady V and Valerie, NorCal Jim and I were talking about this, is that just learning the right words. Like before I ever came up on panel, trying to understand, in my opinion, I believe, speculation, theory, like just get yourself acquainted with some of the jargon so you don't put yourself in any type of trouble, and also to where you're stating things as fact to where people believe it so hard. I'm not joking. I have talked to people recently that still think that Joseph Morgan first screen video is real because they saw it on TikTok and they haven't heard elsewhere. That's how fast it spreads. And how can you fix something that has spread beyond people that they think it's real? And that's why I said there's also the integrity on our side as we communicate, whether it's a panel and participants, like yes, we want to talk and theorize, but use the right words so we don't come across as we're stating fact when we are theorizing.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good point.
Yeah, so another thing that Kylie's father brought to the table was that, and he's right, technology has changed the world. Everybody has a camera and a way to communicate with people around the world. He said that police didn't show up to his house until 10 hours after the kids, 10 hours after they knew her daughter had passed. Everything has to change. Protocols, the police protocols. I mean, the kids, friends of their daughter were calling them.
I agree,
Things
Alexa. I agree.
about the kids. Kylie had this, that, and that. I'm not going to say it here. It's on the other channel, but they didn't know what was going on. They called the police, and the police told them, "We will call you back." Everything has to change. Mainstream media, police. I don't think that YouTube or the internet have to be highly. There's free speech, but I have to agree that some people just cross the line sometimes. There's people that there's some channels in YouTube that, oh my God, they say some things that are awful just to get the clicks.
Yeah, let's totally agree. Valerie, did you want to go back to that Ted Bundy clip again, or what are you thinking?
So, and Jay wanted to see that, and there are some people in here that weren't here before. So, hi, Joe Madre. Hi, Queen of Hearts. Hi, Pinch. Hi, Duck. I know you've been in here for a while, but I didn't get to say hi to you. Hi, Sama, too. Hopefully, I didn't say that wrong. Michaela, Wellness, Sarah. I'm saying this like at such a random time. This is all weird timing, everything. But Alley Cattails. But I'll just say bye to you all at the ends. I don't know why it's just I see all these new names right now.
Wow, yes.
Dude, it's your channel. Call it. Do that. You gotta.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll play that again, and then I'm going to end it just so I told Shay I want to go to bed before the sun comes up. Because I get so mad if I see the sun's up before I've gone to bed. I'm like, it makes me mad.
No, that's not. No.
We don't want to mad Valerie, no. And appreciate you playing the Bundy clip too, because this is very interesting because it makes you think kind of what Dylan could have been experiencing and that a lot of people have been questioning.
Yeah. Okay, let me get that one other time. So chat among yourself while I grab the video real quick. And after I heard that was the guy that said about Kaylee's dad, I wasn't really comfortable playing that anymore anyways.
I know, it's disheartening, but it's okay. We live and learn. I really do find this Ted Bundy clip interesting.
Oh, I do too. That's why I have to say there's some moniker of respect that I have to give them for laying their whole psyche and lives and everything open to people, because that's not easy to do, but they're trying to understand why they do what they do.
Right.
You know, and if you listen to him, you know, that's basically what he's saying.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm going on mute.
Years ago this Sunday, the world fell apart for a young woman who was living her dream with her college-age roommates and on her own for the first time. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Debbie Ciccarelli was awakened by a noise on the other side of her bedroom wall. That's where Ted Bundy was trying to kill her roommate, Cheryl Thomas, by bashing in her head with a log as she slept. Debbie had no way of knowing what was happening in that room, nor would she ever have thought that a serial killer had broken into their house and chosen Cheryl's bedroom. The parallels to the Idaho murder case are freakishly similar. Debbie also froze, and instead of calling police right away, she called her boyfriend. And then when she did call 911, the 12 squad cars that came screaming up to the front of her house may have just scared Bundy into jumping out the kitchen window. It is possibly why she and her other roommates are alive today. Debbie's life was turned upside down in the years that followed because, of course, she became the star witness in the case against Ted Bundy. She was forced to come face to face with that killer dozens of times as he actually questioned her while acting as his own lawyer. Needless to say, as someone who has lived through this ordeal and who became a star witness, Debbie has so much that she can share with the two surviving roommates in the Idaho murders, from coping with the trauma to finding the strength to face an accused killer in court, to helping to put him away. And Debbie Ciccarelli is kind enough to join me live now. Debbie, it's just such a remarkable series of coincidences, like the similarities between what happened in the crime against you and your roommates and what happened in Moscow. When you heard about what happened in Moscow, how did it affect you? What happened?
At first, I didn't follow it too closely, but then for some reason, I was picking up on things. And again, yeah, as you said, they just seem so similar to what we went through 45 years ago. And it's just spooky about, he even resembles Bundy in his face. Someone on TikTok had taken a picture of Bundy and the suspect in the Idaho case and compared them. And again, it's just very freaky how they resemble one another, how he stalked the girls. We were told that Bundy had stalked Cheryl and that she was his main target. And he was upset because there were some gentlemen in a car outside our house and they scared him away. And supposedly because of that, he was angry, went to the Cayo house. And after he left the Cayo house, he came directly to our house to Cheryl's side and entered through the kitchen window and proceeded to beat her with a log.
The details are so horrific, and it's for viewers who don't understand maybe the reactions of Dylan Mortensen the night where she, told the police that she saw a man clad in black, walking towards her and then heading out the kitchen door. Can you go into those moments for you when you heard the noises through the bedroom wall and froze? Can you take me from there?
Certainly. So we had been sound asleep. We'd come in that night from being out together, and I had heard this. Our house was up on blocks, and I heard this loud banging, and it startled me. I woke up and I listened for a little bit, and then woke my roommate up, and I said, "There's something going on next door." And the thing is, the wall between Cheryl's side and our side was so thin that we could actually talk to each other through the wall. And we had a system that if there's something we're not feeling right about, we're going to call you. You need to answer your phone no matter what. Well, I called over there. I could hear the phone ringing. I could hear Cheryl whimpering. But I just had this real unsettling feeling, sick to my stomach. I had no idea what was going on. We thought maybe our cat was having kittens, and there was all this commotion in Cheryl's room for that. But I immediately looked at Nancy and I said, I'm going to call the guy I was dating at the time. He said, don't worry about it. I'm sure there's nothing going on. I had a few choice words, hung up the phone, immediately called 911. And they said, please stay on the phone. We're going to send a squad car. Of course, we had no idea what was happening at Cayo. And, as you said, next thing we know, there are, at least 12 squad cars and an ambulance at our house. It all happened so fast. And why I reacted the way I did, I don't know. I'm just thankful that I did.
And I suppose when you heard about the 8 hours between seeing the man in the, clad in black and the call to 911 in the morning, you probably had some insight that would be helpful for people who don't understand how Dylan didn't call in 8 hours.
Everybody reacts to situations differently. I can't give an explanation of why she reacted the way she did and why I reacted the way I did. Mine was, like I say, an instant gut feeling to call law enforcement within minutes of hearing this strange noise next door. And, I just hope that she is not taking any of this as her fault and that she is seeking, reaching out to her family and friends. And when she gets to a point years down the road, as I did, I talk about it as much as I can to anybody and everybody. It helps. It's been very therapeutic for me.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
Okay. I want to say something here too. I think that somebody should find this woman and get her and Dylan together, because only somebody that's been through what she's been through can understand what she's going through. You know what I'm saying? And
Well, she
I
just
think I think it'd be really great. But the other thing I wanted to say is, I grew up. I was a young teenager when Ted Bundy was around, and so back then you heard it on the news, but that's what I'm talking about, of moms telling daughters things that she wouldn't necessarily tell your son, you know, and because he wasn't hunting boys. So I I think it's a natural type of questioning in my mind. I don't even like to use the word fascinating because it's out of context. It's more like questioning in my mind to see what I can find out, because one day it might save my life. I mean, if you hear other people's experiences, because we've heard other people's experience, we know if we're smart as women or children, if we know,
or men.
or men,
In
yes,
men, in men.
you're
Or
absolutely
men.
right. You're absolutely
Why?
right, because
Why
what
is
I
it
was
okay to
gonna,
hate men all the time?
No, it's
no, I'm
not.
not. No, I'm not. What I'm
No, it's
saying
fine. Y'all
is,
can hate who y'all want.
hey,
It's
El
Ryan,
fine.
just a minute.
Guapo.
Let me finish it. Let me finish what I'm saying, okay? It has nothing to do with men or women or children. Nothing. What I'm saying is, through observation, we have learned from different people that if somebody comes up and grabs you, man, woman, child, it doesn't make any difference, and they try to take you away, it's not to our best benefit to keep our mouth shut. It's our best benefit to make noise and scream and yell, kick, fight, do anything we can to protect ourselves, because I would rather die fighting right there than to leave somewhere and have him do God knows what to me, and then probably still not be alive at the end of it. So
I
we
hear
learn these
you.
things.
And I think the reality is that it doesn't matter what gender you are, how big you are, how
I was
tall you are,
joking.
how small. No. No, honestly, like I'm actually I'm not a woke child. I really am not. But I do have a really big problem with that. I think that there's so many cases out there that don't get enough coverage. And outside of all the ones that are out there, there's a big gap in men too, in general.
Yeah.
And it's really sad. Like I think of Dylan Rounds, I think of uh Pisma, Bryce Pisma, Like I think of all of these different men that have gone missing, but people are just like, oh well, they're men, they'll be found, they're okay, they can survive. Like I think we gotta get away from the genders and all of that. We're human, we're people. The people matter. It's somebody's mother, father, brother, daughter, etc. Like we're all people and we care about humanity. I'm sorry, I'm such a hippie child. I
No,
Well
really
that's
said.
great. I
No,
love that.
that's
Thank you. You
good.
didn't have to say that
No,
on
that's
account of
very
me.
well
That was
said.
very nice. But also too, here's just something to consider. Odds of getting in a car accident aren't the greatest. So it'd almost be like, why would it be wise to spend all day studying car wrecks all day, because a car wreck could happen, and what would happen in the instance if a car wreck does happen? Or would it be better just to have a little bit of faith and just live life, and you only have one, and don't spend it all,
I'd
No,
all the
but
rather
time
men,
be
thinking about dark
watching
stuff all the time,
enough for
I
me to
say
watch.
something? Men say this all the time to women. They go,
But
"Oh, you're too paranoid. You're too paranoid about
I,
all this stuff." No, no, listen to me. Women, we we think a different way than men do. So, the reason why that we study this stuff is to protect ourselves because
I
we
just said it was just
are.
something to consider. It's not a thing I'm trying to fight. I'm not trying to get to the top of the hill fighting for this. It's just something to say, something to consider. I'm not, but I just don't want to be misrepresented and think like I hate women or I think
No,
y'all
you're
speak it.
not. You're not
I
misrepresented. We should talk about the
Halfway, I'm
taboo things, because if you're sitting here and your glass half full and not looking at the half empty, you're not seeing it full circumference, in my opinion. So
I mean,
I think we should challenge everything. We should look at everything. But just as much as women are interested in true crime, there's a lot of men that are too, and that it is kind of dominated by like feminine and women. Like, we should be open to men's perspective and what they have to say and not shut them down. And that's all I'm saying. Because like I kind of felt like that, like when I got to know NorCal Jim more, Lady V, like it was really interesting hearing his side of it, and like as he was cruising the YouTube streets,
Oh yeah, I
and like how he
agree.
was like, I'm the only guy, and I'm like, really? Like,
Yeah, NorCal's
and
cool.
that's why I'm open to hearing somebody else's perspective, because
Oh,
it could lead
definitely.
it could lead to more thoughts that we haven't just really gone down before, because maybe we haven't experienced that or been in those shoes before.
And
Right. I
honestly,
totally agree with you, Shay.
and just so y'all know, like my style of talking is like I'm not trying to talk for a long time. I'm trying to like keep the conversation going more. So if like I don't want y'all to think I keep interrupting y'all. It's not my point. So but
And I wasn't trying to shut you down, El Guapo, at all. I mean, if that's how you took it, that's not what I was trying to do. I was just saying, if a question is asked by somebody, just give that time to be
simple answer.
answered. Yeah.
I try to like get it like a simple and let's go to the next topic, or I don't need
Yes.
I'm
So Honeybee wants us to say, let's just leave it at this, because I think this is a really good thing. It's about it's about the individual, it's about the person. So we're just going to move on, because I think we all agree that it just comes down to a person, whether it is a older person, a younger person, whatever gender they are. Everybody's life matters, and I think that's why we're here. We're talking about these things because we're curious as to what's going on and how can we help.
and we're all intelligent and we're
Can
not
we
afraid of a
share?
discussion. Everyone here is
Yeah,
smart.
and we're not like detectives, but maybe if we shared a lot of these videos, information, it could get in the right hands. Like, you'd be surprised. There's a lot of people, like, even though we're consumed in true crime, a lot of people have no idea what's going on here. Like, they've never heard of these things. They don't know.
No, they don't. They don't.
They could have seen something and not really been aware.
I mean, I think the big. I think there's a positive in that. This case has brought a lot of people together, and I hope that the communities like kind of can go to different topics too. But this YouTube live, I think, is going to benefit the most from this Brian Kohberger thing, and people coming and meeting with strangers online and connecting easier. And there's a lot of single people who are getting older in age who don't like going to bars, who could benefit from from connecting people on the internet through stuff like this. So I think that's one of the biggest positives I see from this true crime stuff is people getting on the internet and connecting a little bit more.
Yeah,
Oh, I
I
would
mean, there's a
agree
lot
with
of
you.
information out there. There really is. But just as much as we can have access to it, I also think we have to think responsibly. And that's just like the scales in my head of like wanting to make sure we don't dox people, and we're considering
Yeah.
everything as we go through it and being respectful. But
Yeah, because there
Valerie,
are psychos.
yes,
Sure.
Valerie, I know you're wanting to go to sleep, so I'm going to pass
right.
it off to you, Queen.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you, everyone. El Guapo, Samantha.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Let's do it again soon sometimes. Bye
Yes,
now.
come up, and I'm subbing to you. Bye. Okay, he's gone. Shay, thank you so much for coming up. Liza, thank you always. Everyone in chat, Misfit, you've been amazing as always. Susanna, Angels Lie to Keep Control, Honeybees, thank you for coming here. Joe Madre, let me see, Jody, Allie Cattails, Detective Juan, Crane Hill Gal, Wellness Sarah, Michaela, Jay. Let me see who else. I'm scrolling up. TJ Talks, Lady P, Boz McCaw, MC. Oh, Duck. I'm happy you found the channel. I'm really happy you're here. Lex Luthor. I think
we had Alex Erickson and Melissa Jade in chat earlier. I dropped their links.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, go sub to them, definitely. Upside Down, Princess Megan Elsa, Sama 2, Pinch. I think Pinch already left. I think that if I didn't say bye to you, then thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. That was 5 hours and 16 minutes, the longest live. Wow. But thank you guys for being here. I didn't get through that whole thing, but we got through a lot of it. We got through a lot of videos. So you guys are awesome for staying here and staying up with me. So I hope that you all have a good night. I don't know if you're going to bed now or awake for the day, but I'm hopefully passing out. So are you guys going to sleep now?
Thank you guys.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
All right. Good night. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.